Just testing, 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 testing. Testing once again. And we've got a note from Frank saying the link does not seem to be working. Frank Rizzardo. So we are ready to go now? Yes. Thank you. So, I'd like to call the meeting of the Merritt City Council, regular council meeting, to order as for March 23rd, 2021. There is one late item to add, and it's the paperwork in front of you that the council resolved to add BC PNP Committee recommendation for referral letter Zhang Jumi as a late item, item number 9.4. I need a mover from Fair and was it Christofferson? And all in favor? Opposed? None? Carried unanimously. So 9.4 is that item. Just give me a moment here, and I welcome those online. Hopefully everyone has gotten through now. We had a bit of a delay in getting started, so thank you for the wait, and we will begin the rest of the session. So, adoption minutes, 4.1, that the minutes of the regular council meeting held on March 9th, 2021 be adopted. Christofferson and Etchart. Any errors or omissions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed? None, and I'm assuming, Councillor White, that you're in favor? Okay, thank you. Public hearing. This is a public hearing on 2640 Springbank Avenue. Okay. So we are convened to consider the following two bylaws: the Official Community Plan Amendment Bylaw number 2302 for 2021, and the Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 2294 for 2021. The purpose of this public hearing is to allow everyone an opportunity to express their views. Due to public health orders, this open meeting cannot have public and physical attendance, but this meeting is being recorded and webcast live on the internet for everyone to watch. A public hearing is not a time for debate, but is a chance for the public to express their opinions. Mr. Lois, our Director of Corporate Services, can you explain how the public were able to express their views to this hearing?
Yes, Your Worship. So this was the same system that we used for the last couple of public hearings. We invited written submissions, as we always do, and we also made available technological means of making submissions, which is why we're using a different webcast system than usual tonight. We have a couple of electronic submissions. The proponent submission is a electronic video that we'll be playing to you, and there is also public input in the form of a video which will form part of that session. Any resident could have submitted a video. The vast majority came in written form.
And we will have staff read these out to us?
Yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Can you confirm that the statutory advertising requirements were met?
They were, Your Worship.
Thank you. Mr. MacArthur, our Development Services Manager, can you please provide an overview of these bylaws?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as mentioned, this application pertains to 2640 Springbank Road. The proposed OCP amendment would revise the land use designation from future development to residential, and the proposed zoning amendment bylaw would rezone the subject property from institutional and public use P2 to high-density residential R8. BC Housing has committed funding support for the proposed development. The BC Attorney General and Minister responsible for housing, David Eby, has provided a letter outlining the benefits of the proposed development as seen by BC Housing, including addressing housing need in the community, providing affordable housing for Indigenous persons, and reducing water use on a per capita basis. The minister has also provided assurance that geotechnical analysis would be conducted. The minister's letter is included in your report package. The official community plan supports the proposed rezoning as the subject property is identified as a multi-family development permit area. And the OCP also expressly encourages mixed-use density residential development on lands south of Irvine Avenue and north of the Nicola River. However, the land use designation would need to be revised from future development to residential as mentioned. That's not actually a mandatory requirement, but it's just good practice to do so. The proposed zoning of high-density residential would be consistent with other zones in the surrounding neighborhood. Properties to the north are zoned as R8, which would allow for townhouses or apartment buildings. There's also multiple parcels in the nearby area zoned for townhomes, such as the R2 and R6 zones. And there's also permitted uses as apartments or in mixed-use developments along River Ranch Road. In 2000, the former zoning bylaw was amended to add seniors housing as a permitted use in this public use zone, which was intended to facilitate a seniors housing facility on the subject property at that time. When the zoning bylaw was updated in 2004, however, the seniors housing use was removed from the public use zone and community care facility was also added at that same time. Whether the community care facility use was meant to capture the proposed housing development on the subject property, or whether that was an oversight by staff at the time to remove seniors housing as a use in the P2 zone is unclear. However, there is demonstrated historical intent to enable a housing development on this subject property. The property owner has re-envisioned their proposed development from the former seniors-only model to a intergenerational housing development, and the plan is to include about 50% of the units for seniors, for elders, with most of the rest of the units for families, and several units for youth. City staff and the applicant have both had conversations with the school district, and the school district staff have indicated that there's no intent to have a school on this subject property. They would rather have kids be directed to Bench Elementary, and have also looked into the possibility of expanding Bench Elementary in the future. The other aspect of this is to note that the institutional and public use zone has not allowed school as a permitted use over the past 20 years. So until September 1st, 2020, when the new zoning bylaw was adopted by council, that's when school was actually added as a permitted use in that zone. So for those 20 years between 2000 and 2020, a school site was not permitted on the site. So there's really been no intent to have a school there in those 20 years. The city's housing needs report that was recently introduced to council identifies the housing needs of the community, of course, and the proposed development responds to several key findings in the housing needs report. Those are identified in detail in the report for council, but in general, the housing needs report speaks to affordable housing, and of course this proposed development does speak to a number of those key findings and recommendations of the report. Of course, the rezoning is the first step in the development process, so if a rezoning were to be approved on this particular property, there would be additional steps for a development to move forward, including a development permit and building permit. The applicant has indicated to staff that a geotechnical study is a condition of their BC housing funding, and of course, as mentioned earlier, the minister has reiterated that. So a geotechnical study, of course, would be conducted. The subject property is adjacent to a city stormwater retention pond, and the property is sloped towards that pond. So there's really, it's probably one of the most suitable properties for stormwater management in the city, in that it is very close to that city storm retention pond, and being that the property is sloped in that way, flows are quite suitable for that. However, a stormwater management plan would be a requirement of the development permit. The applicant has begun the process of an archaeological impact assessment. If archaeological sites were to be identified on the subject property, the developer would work with local First Nations on appropriate course of action, and of course the applicant themselves are a consortium of 5 First Nations, so this is something that obviously they're taking care of. With regard to traffic in the neighborhood and transportation studies, MOTI hasn't required a traffic study. They indicated that they have no concerns with this proposed development. I should mention that a traffic impact study for the neighborhood was conducted in 1996, and there's a covenant on title related to that traffic impact study. So there are some aspects of that study that could be useful with regard to this development and other developments in the neighborhood. Obviously, because it's about 25 years old now, there's some aspects that wouldn't be as relevant now, but it certainly can provide useful direction for staff. And of course, being that this is a proposed affordable housing building, it's quite likely that not all of the residents would own their own personal vehicles. So there's a possibility that traffic could potentially be lessened compared to a non-affordable housing building for that fact. And because some residents may not have personal vehicles, alternative transportation modes are important. So when evaluating whether this proposal is suitable for the site, transit and cycling facilities and also walking to amenities is important. Of note, there is a bus stop at Extra Foods, which is approximately 400 meters from the site within walking distance. There is also planned cycle routes on both River Ranch Road and along the Springbank corridor. Of course, those would be constructed in the future, grant funding dependent, et cetera, but they are in the active transportation plan. And as mentioned, the proposed development is walking distance to Extra Foods and other amenities in the neighborhood, including Tim Hortons, Canadian Tire, et cetera. So there's a number of amenities in the neighborhood for residents. The applicant has submitted a conceptual site plan which illustrates the proposed location of the apartment building with the potential 40 units. It's been mentioned that one of the documents said 47 units, and to clarify that, when the applicant submitted their application, 40 was the number that was proposed. When they did their designs, they realized that they could potentially do 46 or 47. So that ultimately is determined at building permit stage, right? The final configuration of the building, et cetera. So just something to keep in mind, that it could be somewhere in that range. The preferred location for this 3.5-story proposed building is to have it fronting the street, and that would be aligned with planning principles such as pedestrian access, universal accessibility, framing the street frontage, and of course having parking located behind the building. So those are all things that we look for when planning developments. However, the applicant has indicated that if council prefers, the building could be set back further from the road. And during their presentation, I believe they've provided an illustration of that potential option B. There are also financial considerations with all projects, and this one is not unlike other developments. Firstly, that development cost charges would be collected at the building permit stage. The amount due would be based on the number of units in the final design. And as mentioned, when the applicant applied, 40 units is what they've indicated is the conceptual site design. So based on that number, the approximate DCCs would be $182,000 roughly. So again, the exact figure would be determined at building permit stage, depending on the number of units, et cetera. And these.
Can I ask a question on that? Is
Sure.
that according to what our current DCCs are telling us?
That's
going to be revised?
Thank you, Your Worship. That is a great point. That's based on the current DCC's numbers, and we do have a plan to bring in a new DCC's bylaw. That likely won't be in place for close to a year from now, but when it does come in, it's quite likely that those rates will be higher.
Thank you.
And of course, DCC's funds are put towards dedicated infrastructure projects as outlined in the DCC's bylaw. So those are spent on projects throughout the city to upgrade infrastructure. Secondly, we should consider tax exemptions. The Director of Finance, Mr. Anderson, was kind enough to reach out to BC Assessment, and staff also contacted the applicant with regard to tax exemptions. And BC Assessment and the applicant both confirmed that this project does not qualify for a Class 3 exemption. Ask Wellness is currently the only Class 3 exemption within the city. However, the property at 2640 Springbank Avenue does currently have a permissive tax exemption from council. So when construction begins, BC Assessment confirmed that the permissive tax exemption would come off the property, and for a permissive tax exemption to continue, the applicant would have to, or the property owner would have to reapply to council for a permissive tax exemption. The applicant has indicated that they do plan to apply, but of course it will be up to council whether you decide to approve that, and that would be at a later date, of course. Thirdly, construction value is also a consideration. Because this is a multifamily building, the amount of construction value is quite significant. It's estimated at somewhere in the $5 to $8 million range, which does represent a fairly significant injection of funds into the community. Some of those funds, of course, would be coming from the provincial government, from BC Housing. And this also represents the jobs that would come along with that construction. Construction industry is a very significant employer in our community, and of course, people who are employed here in the trades then recirculate those funds throughout the community, and that benefits community businesses and the like. And finally, businesses in the North Entry area, including Extra Foods, as mentioned earlier, Tim Hortons, Canadian Tire, and other businesses in that area would likely benefit from additional residents living in the neighborhood, as of course they would likely shop at those local businesses. Now, what has been proposed by the applicant here, if this is not comfortable with, or if council is not comfortable with everything that is proposed, certainly council has the option to amend the proposal in a number of ways. And the applicant has submitted a letter saying that they would be open to the idea of amending the proposed R8 zoning to R7 medium density residential. So that's something that council could consider tonight if you choose so. And furthermore, as mentioned, the applicant has also proposed the alternative site location of locating the building further away from the road. That's not really a rezoning question, but it is something that if council wanted to have a covenant on title or something like that, it's certainly something that we could look at crafting some sort of amendment along those lines. So with that, I will turn it back over to your worship.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask staff to start, hold on here, my notes. Okay. It's an unusual, yes.
Sorry, Your Worship. Before we get into the public input, according to the procedure bylaw, and I realize, sorry, this is not the paper in front of you, the next item would be the proponent submission if one exists, and in this instance they have submitted a video submission and they'd like to talk you through a PowerPoint presentation.
Okay, thank you.
The Nicola Native Lodge Society is proposing a multifamily residential development for Merritt. It's located at their site on Springbank Avenue. Richard Hunter, architect of Kamloops, is providing the design services for the project. The development proposal is a multifamily affordable rental housing building. It would provide 40 apartment-style units of varied size and configuration, as well as some common amenity areas. Intergenerational housing units in the project are intended for elders, families, singles, and youth of the 5 Nicola Nalakapamix bands to create a safe community environment. The undeveloped site on Springbank Avenue has been owned by the Society since 2004 with the intention to provide long-term, stable, and affordable community housing. The Society is now proceeding to develop the housing under recently available funding programs for housing projects. The site is currently zoned P2, institutional and public use. Rezoning is proposed to R8 high-density residential use, or alternatively to R7 medium-density residential use. The location is at 2640 Springbank Avenue, which is in the northeast part of the city at the foot of River Ranch Road, where it intersects Springbank Avenue. The site area is about 6 acres of undeveloped land. The existing site conditions in this photo show undeveloped land just beyond the relatively new streets and residential development of the neighborhood. Looking from across the street, it appears as undeveloped land. And in the center of the site, it's natural grassland area. The existing zoning P2 is institutional and public use. That would allow for public use facilities such as government buildings and places of worship, public utilities, schools, and that sort of thing. It would allow a maximum height of 5 stories and coverage on the parcel of up to 85%. The proposed zoning of R8 is high-density residential. That would allow apartments, row houses, townhomes, that sort of thing, in a relatively high-density situation, up to 5 stories, parcel coverage up to 80%. The proposed amended zoning, R7, is a medium-density residential use. It would allow for pedestrian-oriented residential development, including row houses, townhomes, and apartment buildings, with a maximum height of 4 stories, and again, a maximum parcel coverage of up to 80%. A comparison of the zoning indicates that under P2, maximum height 5 stories, coverage 85%, R8, 5 stories, maximum coverage 80%, R7, maximum height 4 stories, parcel coverage 80%. As you can see, the R7 is the lower height, and the parcel coverages are very similar. It's actually not intended to develop the site as intensely as that zoning allows. The current project design proposal looks at sustainability, the site, building concept, residential units, concept renderings of this building and site, alternative siting for option B, and alternative concept renderings for that site, as well as a material palette to indicate how the building will fit into the neighborhood. The building will be designed to stringent BC housing standards for sustainability and energy use. It'll be a high-performance building to BC Energy Step Code Level 3. It will have low impact development of the site, low water use, high efficiency lighting, and other features incorporated. It would be wood frame construction with fiber cement siding and trims. That would result in quality construction and using quality materials for a long service life for the building. The site plan shows the building located at the northeast portion of the site, fronting onto Springbank Avenue with parking to the rear on the south. That would allow for development of the street front, keep the building close to the street and existing services, and it would allow for pedestrian lighting, sidewalk development along the street, street trees, friendly landscaping, and off-street parking. This is the building location as shown that's preferred by the city, the developer, and the owner. The alternate site plan, option B, shows the building pushed to the south, which is slightly downhill and away from Springbank Avenue, and it results in higher infrastructure costs due to the distance from Springbank for road and servicing work that's required, and it would result in less development along Springbank, but allow more space to the building. The building concept shown from Springbank Avenue in the first location appears as a 3-story building with a landscaped front yard and sidewalk and so on. And the second view at the rear shows a 4-story building as the slope is stepped down to allow more units to the view with parking on that side of the building. The building concept is a 4-story building, although 3 are exposed on the one side. It would be a mix of studio 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, and 3-bedroom units to provide a variety of opportunities for residential situations. So these unit types are based on BC Housing standard sizes, and they would all include decks or patios as well. All of them would be afforded views either of the street side or of the river and valley side. And it's mixed in a way to create community where it's a blending of the various resident and unit types. Sample layouts show studios at 350 square feet with generous bathrooms, small kitchen suitable for a unit of that size, some storage, and a deck or patio. 1-bedroom with a larger living and kitchen area, separate bedroom, bathroom storage, and deck. 2-bedroom units with, again, larger kitchens, dining, and living areas, 2 separated bedrooms, and a generous bathroom. And 3-bedroom units, which have 2 bathrooms, as well as, again, larger living areas accordingly, and a deck or patio. Renderings show the building set within the existing neighborhood. Here we're looking at the view from River Road across Springbank Avenue to the developed front of the building on Springbank. From the neighbor's view across the street, the building sits a bit back from the street. And as we move around the site, our view of the building changes, it diminishes in the distance. The alternate location, option B, from similar views shows the building move down the hill and away from Springbank, leaving undeveloped land along Springbank. But it reduces the apparent size and location of the building. And again, it's moved down the hill and away from Springbank, leaving natural landscape in that interim space. The material palette indicates fiber cement siding, high performance windows and glazing, stone accents, timber accents, and residential materials such as asphalt shingle roofing and trims and so on, suitable to the residential neighborhood so that it will fit into the neighborhood. Some similar projects that we have done or been involved in. You may be familiar with Spirit Square in Merritt, which we're involved in. Not exactly similar, but in your neighborhood. Kikak-Yelk, a place of belonging in Kamloops, built with D&T Developments. It is a intergenerational native housing project which caters to youth and elders to create kind of a community where there's learning from elders that's afforded the youth residents. Yellowhead Community Services Affordable Housing in Clearwater. That building has a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units to provide a range of unit types for a small community to provide a good range of residential options. And that again was constructed by D&T Developments and also by D&T, also in Clearwater, Evergreen Seniors Housing, a series of seniors residential townhouses in 6 and 8-plex buildings, which is just being completed. Thank you.
Going ahead of time. There's an awful lot of them, but I think it's important that we hear them, each and every one of them. So I will leave that to staff.
Thank you, Your Worship. Much as with the last hearing, we have a binder here and staff will be rotating, so you won't get hopefully too tired of any one particular voice. So the first one is from David and Renee Ware at 2549 Springbank Avenue. My husband and I strongly object to the proposed zoning change on Springbank Avenue in Merritt. We moved here because we can enjoy amenities close by, but at the same time we can enjoy peaceful country living. The deer wander through, and we have seen the odd bobcat as well as many types of birds. This will all change if the proposed zoning to high-density, low-income becomes a reality. No longer will we see the nightly and daily walkers with their children and pets walking in an area so peaceful and safe with sidewalks and proper lighting. When we bought our present home in Merritt, we had to have a drainage pit installed at great expense due to the site being situated on clay. This entire area is made up of clay and has caused many problems to the existing structures in the area. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to hook up to the existing storm drain system. The City of Merritt has major concerns regarding the water supply. Also, the opportunities for employment are scarce to say the least. In our opinion, this proposed project belongs in the downtown area, where the residents are close to all the amenities and public transportation. It would be a crying shame to change the Springbank Avenue area. Our properties that we have worked so hard to own would be devalued, and we would no longer have the peace and tranquility that we thought we would have when we moved here. We sincerely hope our voices will be heard regarding the proposed zoning change.
Okay, this one is from Doug and Linda Hammerton to Mayor Brown, Merritt City Council and Planning Department. We, Doug and Linda Hammerton, have just purchased number 208-2514 Springbank Avenue. Our possession date will be December 12, 2020. One day after our subject removal, binding us to the purchase of this home, we got a letter of the proposed development that is in stage 3 of 12 of the rezoning and permit process. We moved to Merritt in 2017, it being a nice, smaller community, but with the amenities such as a hospital, grocery shopping, pool, and lots of recreational activities. This was our retirement destination, and we have lived here long enough now to pick the area best suited for this life. We thought we had done our due diligence prior to the purchase of this home. We specifically informed our realtor that we love the view, the quietness after living on a busy street, the seniors in the area, low-density living, easy walking, and access to hiking. Our realtor took into account our concerns and contacted the city to inquire as to what the area between us and the highway east was zoned and if there were any changes to these plans. She was informed that it is zoned institutional and that there were no plans to change it or plans to develop it in the near future. Obviously, that was not true, as the proposed development and rezoning process is already at stage 3 of 12. So we were misled by our own planning department, which are supposed to be working for all citizens. In our research to settle here in Merritt, we understood the city plan was to develop the downtown core with more high-density housing and create a destination downtown with coffee shops, boutiques, etc., all within walking distances. What has happened to start sporadically changing the plan and placing high-density housing all over the community? The area for this high-density housing in Springbank that is proposed will be a geotechnical nightmare. In 2017, we researched the modular homes and lots in this area, and we were told by the city permitting department that due to geotechnical issues of the moving clay, all future homes had to be on foundations sufficient to stop the movement. This tells us that this area is not suitable for multi-floor buildings when smaller modular homes were moving when installed on steel posts down that are 10 to 27 feet. We are wondering if the city can explain where the infrastructure is coming from to support these high-density housing developments. The city already can't sustain a constant water supply, as we cannot wash our cars, water our lawns, or gardens for most of the summer. There is only one road into the proposed area. What industry is going to support all these new families? We have great concerns that we have just invested a great deal of money in our retirement plans of being in a quiet, scenic area among people with the same plans. If this is how the present council works, I guess maybe Merritt isn't the destination town after all. Doug and Linda Hammerton, number 208-2514 Springbank Avenue.
This letter is from Elaine Steffens. I own and live in unit number 6, 2502 Springbank Avenue. I moved here from Highway 97C when my husband, Dr. Jim Steffens, passed away a little over 2 years ago. I wanted a safe and quiet place to live in town, and this townhouse was suggested by my realtor. I am against the addition of a 40-family apartment building in our area for all of the reasons Mr. Mullen has listed. I would also like to thank Mr. Mullen for so clearly expressing how I also feel about this proposed zoning change and construction of a 40-unit apartment building. Sincerely, Elaine Steffens.
This is from Garthwaite Farm at 2401 Nicola Avenue. We are writing this letter in regard to the proposed rezoning of Lot 3 DL 121-2640 Springbank Avenue, which is adjacent to the agricultural property known as the River Ranch, which is owned by the Garthwaite family and operated under the business name Garthwaite Farm. As owners of property adjacent to other developed areas of Merritt, we have historically had problems with new development impacting operations, including runoff water being diverted onto farmland. We are wondering to what extent Lot 2640 will be developed and what plans and steps the city and developers will be taking to ensure there will be no conflict with ranch and farming operations, which are protected under the Farm Practices Act. We would also like to know if the city will be providing a buffering zone to prevent interference with ranch operations, which is part of the agricultural land reserve, and if there has been thought put towards how to mitigate the potential negative impacts of development on neighboring farmland. In summary, as the city develops further, we are concerned about the implications for ALR land and ranch operations, and we are wondering how the city views agriculture in its long-term plan. We feel that how the development of Lot 2640 takes place will be an indicator of future urban to agriculture land interactions. Sincerely, Gian Rutherford and Gail Sahara, co-owners managers, Garthwaite Farm.
To Mayor Brown, Merritt City Council and Planning Department. My wife, Pat, and I live in unit number 8 at 2502 Springbank Avenue. We moved here just over a year ago because of the quietness of the area, largely inhabited by seniors such as ourselves. The area and the unit that we live in are perfect fit for our lifestyle. The area, and particularly Springbank Avenue, is not suited for multi-story, multi-unit buildings such as the one being proposed that requires the rezoning. There are several reasons why this proposed rezoning proposal should not proceed. Number one, the area across the street from the area in question requires strict geotechnical building covenants caused by the clay content of the soil. The soil stability issues will continue into the property that requires rezoning. A 4-story, 40-unit complex will require significant structural design modifications to ensure the stability of the units. Even minor movements caused by point loading created by the proposed structure could cause sympathetic movements which would impact city infrastructure. Springbank Avenue and the SWR immediately north of the area, the homes immediately north of Springbank and west of the area could also be collateral damage. Number two, the area is serviced by a single access road. A second access would be required into the area to service a more densely populated area. Normal traffic flow would be quite restricted, but emergency traffic flow caused by an event such as an interface fire would be dangerous and impossible. Number three, the pressure on adequate city-supplied infrastructure on the outskirts of town is a costly budget item for the city. An elevated density and population is much cheaper for the taxpayer and the city when it is nearer the downtown core. Number four, the viability of downtown cores of most cities have been impacted by the establishment of big box shopping malls and new subdivisions on the outskirts of city. The downtown core can be saved by responsible zoning that requires population densification close to the city center. Number five, this population density increase also allows efficient use of the city's schools and parks. There are no schools or parks in the Springbank area. Number six, the world has major concerns about global warming, and every country, every city, and every person must do what they can to slow the growth of carbon emissions. Extra travel requirements from suburban living will add to that carbon load. Given these concerns, it is not the time to approve a rezoning change in the Springbank area. Jim and Pat Mullins.
This letter is from John and Laverne Edvardson. My wife and I live in unit number 203, 2514 Springbank Avenue. We don't believe this area is suited for multi-story, multi-unit buildings, such as the proposed rezoning for the Eagle Lodge development. We have been told this area has underground springs. We have heard the water running constantly in storm drains, which eventually has to end up in the Nicola River. The integrity of the properties will be further compromised by the digging and water drainage, as the storm drains are not tied into the city. Will this development be maintained in keeping with the aesthetics of the neighborhood in regards to cleanliness, outside garbage, pets, and traffic? Why are there so many affordable housing developments being built? Where are the people coming from to occupy these units? Are they being moved here from the Lower Mainland? We are concerned about theft and vandalism. Once these units are built, they are built for good. We don't want this area to become run down and lower the value of our units. Please rethink the proposed zoning change on Springbank Avenue. Thank you, John and Laverne Edvardson.
This is from John McPherson, owner and resident of number 4, 2502 Springbank Avenue. I'm writing in response to the application being made to build a low-value apartment block in our locality. This project is not suitable for children as we have no parks, rec center nearby. Our community has experienced a low crime rate since the area has been built. This could change dramatically should we have 100 renters in our immediate area. The drawings expose this to be a very cheap building with no amenities. This will cause a drop in property values as well as a rise in crime. I am very much against it. John A. McPherson. and then he submitted a second letter. I cannot believe the City of Merritt would consider such a development. You are downgrading the area which we elders developed without children or welfare neighbors. Why are you doing this? No one will build great houses in the area, but at least one thing, our crime rates will increase. We bought up here on the hill to keep away from what you are now encouraging.
This is one of two letters from Karen Zabo at 201-2514 Springbank Avenue. To Mayor Brown, Merritt City Council and Planning Department. I have lived in Merritt for 60 years. I'm against the rezoning of the property on Springbank Avenue to R8 for the purpose of development of multi-level affordable low-income apartments. The property north of Springbank Avenue and besides the existing church is already zoned R8, high density. Does this quiet and serene neighborhood need to be surrounded by high-density housing? The residents have purchased here for the beauty and quiet nature, a lifestyle conducive to retirement. A development such as this is not suitable for this neighborhood, which has higher-end homes. Please leave the zoning alone. Let it stay as P2, institutional and parks. To what purpose are we rezoning? Just to build another multi-level apartment building? It feels like a mishmash of scatteredness all over town. In reading the community plan, the estimated population by 2030 is 15,000 people. I honestly do not think we are headed this way. People coming into Merritt are retiring here, so we need more retirement communities. Our economy does not provide for younger families with children or for employment opportunities. Presently, the area is serviced by one road, which already has created heavy traffic on River Road due to the commercial businesses. On long weekends and during summer months, the traffic bottlenecks in front of Tim Hortons and McDonald's. It creates a dangerous intersection for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. I'm concerned that downtown Merritt will fade even more than it has. We need to revitalize downtown and its businesses by providing higher density structures and population there. The pressure on costs of infrastructure would be cheaper for the city and taxpayers if the downtown area is developed. The issues regarding lack of Merritt water supply are concerning, and we already have stringent water restrictions during the summer months. I cannot speak to the geotechnical issues, but I am aware that there are major concerns regarding the stability of land in this area, which consists mainly of clay. I am told the modular homes in our area have issues with cracks in the foundation, and the screw jack supports go down as far as 27 feet. The underground springs and runoff from the mountains add to the instability. The bench school will not be able to support a 75-unit apartment building as well as another 40-unit apartment building. Two schools downtown have already closed and are being used for alternative purposes. There's wonderful wildlife habitat in the area proposed for rezoning. Deer, mule, and whitetail, eagles, hawks, marmots, weasels, and even young bobcat, just to name a few, are seen frequently. It is so satisfying to sit on your porch and see the beauty in this area. Numerous residents have concerns with the city conducting business in these COVID-19 times, as there are not meetings to attend in person and not everyone has computers for Zoom meetings. This entire concept would change the character of this quiet and peaceful lifestyle that has brought most residents to this area. I would ask Council to disapprove of the proposed zoning change from P2 to R8. Karen Zabo, 201-2514 Springbank Avenue. The second letter here is re the inclusion in public hearing agenda for file 3360 RZ 2020-004. I am well aware there is a need for housing as well as affordable housing in Merritt. I am against the change in the OCP bylaw and the rezoning of the property on Springbank Avenue to R8 high density for the purpose of the development of multi-level affordable apartments. The property north of Springbank Avenue and beside the existing church is already zoned R8. I realize this property has not been developed, but as you all know, it is for sale and there will be high density developments here. This neighborhood has a mixed density already that is mentioned in the OCP bylaw. Does this quiet and serene neighborhood need to be surrounded with high density apartments? The residents have purchased here for the beauty and quiet nature, a lifestyle conducive to retirement. A development such as this is not suitable for this neighborhood, which has medium to high-end homes. We need more senior housing in Merritt that is not high density. In reading the community plan, the estimated population by 2030 is 15,000 people. We need new businesses to draw younger families with children, and presently there is very little for employment opportunities. I understand that Council is working on this. People are flocking to Merritt for its quaint and quiet lifestyle. They are moving here to escape the hustle and city living and to get away from high density, which our developments seem to be focused on. I was happy to hear that council is addressing downtown revitalization. However, there has been no communication of what the plans and solutions are for this. I feel the urgency is needed to create downtown area that tourists will want to visit and spend some money. I am concerned that downtown Merritt will fade even more than it has, and this should be a priority for council. Presently, Springbank Avenue is serviced by one road, which already has created heavy traffic on River Road due to the commercial businesses. Long weekends and summer months, the traffic bottlenecks in front of Tim Hortons and McDonald's and creates a dangerous intersection for pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. The geotechnical issues are a concern regarding the stability of the land in this area, which consists mainly of clay. I am told the modular homes have issues with cracks in their foundations, and the screw jack supports go down as far as 27 feet. I have cracks in the ceilings of my basement and a wall under the window in my dining room. These were not present when I bought my home and have appeared since building in the area has increased. I am told they are not structural issues, but settling issues. The developer is responsible for doing a geotechnical study, which should be mandatory for every development in Merritt. The bench school cannot support an influx of high-density families. 2 schools downtown have already closed and are being used for alternative purposes. Moving high density downtown makes sense, as there are already 2 schools and you would not need to build another one. It feels the rezoning development are being rushed through and not giving careful consideration to thoughtful planning. Many people feel that COVID is hindering their ability to be seen and heard regarding these developments, and online meetings are not for everyone. As R8 zoning indicates, the building can be as high as 5 stories. Will there be extra cost to the city to upgrade fire department equipment to service this zoning? This entire concept would change the character of this quiet and peaceful lifestyle that has brought most residents to this area. I would urge council to listen to the community and vote no to the proposed zoning change from P2 to R8. I am against all R8 high-density zoning. Council has a tough job and huge responsibilities to our community, and I thank you for your commitment and service. Respectfully, Karen Zabo, 201-2514 Springbank Avenue.
Your Worship, this letter is from Lisa Gardner, the owner, and Pat and Rick Gardner, tenants of Unit 7 at 2502 Springbank Avenue. I have become a homeowner in the last year and chose this area because of the type of housing, strata, and quiet area it provided. When you buy somewhere based on current zoning, it is distressing to see the city changing it at will without truly considering the residents already living there. I know you consult residents, but I hope you will also take into consideration why we chose to live in this area. What is the justification to change the zoning? There is already R8 zoning in this area, so I don't feel we need more. This property has been sitting empty for 17 years. I believe the original zoning was supposed to be for some type of seniors housing, which Merritt may need more than a 40-unit apartment building. The city has already changed zoning on Walters to allow a huge rental complex to be built, which isn't even open yet. So why the rush to allow more apartments to be built? Are they saying the ones being built now will not be, quote, affordable, end quote? Where are the jobs for these potential residents? Perhaps the city should be focusing more on bringing employment to the city so that people could make a decent living. I also agree with the concerns expressed by other residents re structural issues if such large buildings are constructed in this area and its impact on the infrastructure, not to mention concerns re water conservation, school capacity, noise, and traffic. I am very much opposed to this rezoning plan. Another letter from Pat Gardner. It is very discouraging to see the city changing zoning requirements at every developer's request. There is a lot of R8 zoning in this area still to be developed. That land is currently for sale for almost $6 million and is advertised as, quote, developer friendly, end quote. I do not feel that we need more R8 zoning. The city states that this area is to be a, quote, mix, end quote, of zoning, but you are making the majority of it either high or medium density. Certainly not the, quote, mix, end quote, I was hoping for. As everyone else who chose to live, who chose this, area to live in, I have concerns about the structural soundness of all the buildings being planned for the area in question, as it is not just one, but rather 4 buildings that are being planned eventually. Since the city and certain city councilors seem to have already made up their minds about this development, calling us NIMBYs, I only hope that you will at least keep the development to R7, medium density, so that we do not end up with something like the development on Walter Street, which certainly does not blend into the existing structures around it. I am also not in favor of connecting Grimmett to Springbank as your, quote, solution, end quote, to traffic concerns in this area. The neighborhood, unlike the Upper Bench area, and number of people living here, can be handled by the already existing road. If you open this up to Grimmett, I hope you have plans to install speed bumps, as I foresee the same situation as was created on Reed Ave. People will use it as a shortcut, and speeding through a residential area will become an issue. I really feel this type of housing is better suited for the downtown area, which is in much need of revitalization, a platform several councillors ran on, but have not addressed. Please stop moving everything up the hill to the detriment of our businesses and survival of the downtown core. Merritt should be promoting and celebrating the idea that young people can afford to own their own single-family home here rather than forcing high density on everyone. Pat Gardner, 2502 Springbank Avenue.
Your Worship, this is 2 letters from Laurie Robinson at number 102 2514 Springbank Avenue. So her first letter was, rezoning is not something to be taken lightly, especially in this situation with so many questions left unanswered at the North Entry OCP meeting. There has been no geotechnical survey done on the area, which is largely clay and has underwater springs flowing even during the driest times of the year. The Springbank neighborhood has been identified by the city as having the longest access time for the Merritt Fire Department, further complicated by frequent traffic congestion on River Ranch Road at Vogt Street. As it is our only access point, the safety of residents of our neighborhood will be in jeopardy until better, safer access is developed and maintained. The area between Forksdale and Springbank Avenues is already zoned for medium high density, and there is no reasonable justification for rezoning properties until that area has been developed. Springbank Avenue currently serves as a dead-end road and supports fewer than 30 residences. The road, the mailbox access, and the neighborhood have not the infrastructure to support a sudden doubling or tripling of the resident population, and the city has presented no plans to improve the situation prior to further development. Lastly, putting a family-oriented apartment building at the furthest point in the city from Bench Elementary and Merritt Secondary Schools is unwise, unsafe, and a poorly planned project that will create significant safety concerns for the students, who would have to walk through commercial, high-traffic, and construction areas to access their schools. Given that residents of affordable housing complexes may not have access to vehicles, it would be expected that young residents of the proposed complex would be walking to school, and there is definitely no school bus service to this neighborhood. And her second letter submitted yesterday was, to Merritt City Council and city staff. The letters of support in the report to Council on January 26, 2021 were faultless. I completely agree with everything written. Every contributing agency is steadfastly committed to community safety, improving living conditions for many, and fixing major social inequities. The video link in the attachment I, intergenerational housing, in the original proposal to Council, shows what multi-generational living approach within the building aspires to be, and how successful the intention of the project can be. Conversations with James Weldon, the project manager, allayed many of my concerns because of the rigorous standards of BC Housing in selecting renters, the committed support from the Nicola Native Lodge Society, the high level of mandated construction quality, and the sense of community within the building in making the project a success. The residents will be an asset to the neighborhood. The second proposal, not on the city site but being circulated, is a more recent version of the proposal from BC Housing Corporation and NNLS. I hope that is the one you are considering tonight. The fact that the proposal was reworked immediately following the January 26 council meeting to address some of the concerns from residents in the neighborhood was reassuring and a bold step. The building profile and placement were revised in the document to enhance the neighborhood and minimize the visual effects for some, but not all neighbors. The modular homes on Springbank will lose their views in front, but that would have happened with the current zoning status. If every developer responded to the concerns from neighbouring residents as readily as this applicant and adjusted plans accordingly, I think city staff's and council's job would be much easier and there would be more harmony in Merritt. However, these changes are not bound to your decisions tonight. Mr. Weldon and I discussed many points, including that the map of building location may be changed, especially based on the upcoming geotechnical assessment by BC Housing Corporation. There is a possibility that if you approve the rezoning, the building may still be built right next to 2514 Springbank Avenue, but it cannot be built on the right-of-way indicated on that map. Tonight is the only time residents have the concern to voice concerns about building placement. As you are all too aware, there was a significant landslide below Springbank Avenue into the river on the evening of February 4th, 2021. It is only visible and accessible from private property. Most of the city's residents would be unaware that the width of the Nicola River was reduced by more than half. The 4 councillors who accepted my invitation to tour the Springbank landslide from private property, to walk along the edges of the proposed development, and to listen to the groundwater running through the neighbourhood despite the lack of snow and precipitation. The conversations were practical and very courteous, but failed to provide any solutions. Despite being only a few metres from 6 residential properties, the responses from councillors and/or city staff ranged from the property being privately owned, to erosion being a natural process, to that it is under the purview of the Ministry of Forests, Lands, Natural Resource Development and Rural Development. However, it was the city that approved building permits and developments, and it is the city that continues to actively promote building in this neighbourhood. The city has not shown any evidence that development or the proposed Grimmett connector are safe through proper geotechnical assessments of the entire neighbourhood, instead relying on developers to use due diligence. BC Housing will be conducting their own assessment of the NNLS property in question. If part of the property is deemed usable, the location of the structure on the property will vary greatly from the original plan to council and the amended plan. If the ground on the entire property is deemed unsuitable, the project will be scrapped, funding will be lost, and a good deal of work by many will be wasted. If the latter happens, many will hold the city responsible. Proper investigation and research should have been done by the city over a decade ago, before any construction in the area was permitted. Further delay in a thorough assessment while continuing to prove developments is a very big risk for the city to be taking. It is frustrating to hear council and staff repeatedly blame the current OCP for not requiring geotechnical assessments, as if it cannot be modified or as if it is not your responsibility. Springbank Avenue may or may not be able to physically or structurally support a connecting road to Grimmett, given the resulting heavier traffic. The construction of all these projects will require a tremendous number of heavy-duty vehicles, and once built, many more residents using the roads. According to city staff, a road extension has not been negotiated with Hydro, nor has it been explored for feasibility to run alongside of a bank with landslide only a few metres behind several of the houses on Springbank. River Ranch Road alone is not sufficient for access and safety of its existing residents. Currently, there is no traffic alternative access but River Ranch Road, which is already a traffic hazard during tourist season. The proposed development will more than double the neighbourhood population along Springbank. Attachment C, Development Permit Areas, fails to show any of the areas currently experiencing ground stability issues, including Springbank Avenue, Parker Drive, and claybanks along the Coldwater River. It was interesting to note an area in the proposed North Bench development zone is mapped as a geotechnical hazard. Geotechnical assessments after development are risky, costly, and have potential for legal issues for the city. With the snowpack being above normal this year, the future construction in the North Entry neighbourhood, and the lack of requirements by the often quoted, much lauded OCP for geotechnical assessments in this area by the city, I am seriously concerned about all new development and the safety of that riverbank. Mayor Brown stated at the January 26, 2021 meeting that the official community plan supports this proposal, despite the fact it does not require geotechnical assessments in any part of the North Entry area. Has the city stopped to consider the OCP may well be flawed, and waiting to amend it until after permitting development projects is both faulty logic and a contradictory process? Concerns from city emergency services about the difficulty and time needed in accessing my neighbourhood due to traffic congestion and distance are on record before this council. Access and safety should be addressed concerns prior to development, not after. The failure of the city to prioritise a practical remedy, but continuing to endorse development, is risking the safety and well-being of our neighbourhood, both residents and construction workers. According to Mr. Smith at the City Town Hall meeting held March 18th, 2021, when the Vote Phase 2 street rebuilding project is finally funded and goes ahead, the ageing infrastructure beneath the roadway will also need replacement. Until the Vote 2 project is financed and completed, what level of water or sewer service will we have to rely on in the interim? Given that Collettville residents are still waiting on promises made 2 decades ago, I'm concerned about how long improvements will take to be made in this sector, given the flurry of construction in the North Entry area in the coming years. Will we also be waiting more than 2 decades for the needed improvements to the infrastructure? The emphasis on developing the North Entry neighbourhood certainly draws the residents and businesses away from the downtown core, which is already suffering economically. The current traffic issues on both Vote and River Ranch, plus the need for improvements along Vote Street, will also reduce how frequently and how easily residents of North Entry will be able to access the downtown businesses due to traffic and future construction, drawing commercial monies away from the downtown core. City staff's assertion at council meetings and in the media that we have sufficient water supply because multifamily and high-density units use less water than single-family homes are questionable on several levels. The city has approved supplying the Trans Mountain pipeline encampment with 75 cubic meters of water per day for the next 3 years, plus 3 new developments of 537 units approved since January 2020. The residents of medium and high-density properties may use less water than people living in single homes because they won't have yards and gardens to maintain, and the city mandates xeriscaping for medium to high-density developments. But there will still be an increased demand on a static supply because there are more residents using water. The medium to high zoning densities, as recommended by the all-powerful OCP, will have an increased water usage per square meter than that of any single residential lot. Residents of the 47 additional units in this proposal would have 47 additional families using water in an area the size of a few city lots. As all this water comes from the same supply, exactly how do you propose to maintain the supply and pressure? City staff concur that some of the well water supply is not drinkable until the manganese can be removed. Undrinkable water cannot be counted as part of our water supply. Lake water, as suggested by councillors, is also impractical, given there is no way to move it here and the high level of contamination of that groundwater from the surrounding cattle industry. I have serious concerns for the physical safety of students living in this proposed development walking to their schools. This property is one of the furthest from Bench Elementary and Merritt Secondary in the North Entry neighbourhood. One councillor wrongly assumed the school district would bus students. This is not a school district decision, but is governed by criteria set by the provincial government in the funding allocation. This neighbourhood does not qualify under those standards. Students will have to walk through a neighbourhood that will be under construction in many parts for years to come, and that is frequented by out-of-town traffic. There are parts of River Ranch Road without sidewalks and safe access. What steps are you planning now to ensure children walking to and from this proposed building to school will be protected from traffic, construction, strangers, and other issues? If you decide that this is the place for housing families who may not have access or ability to drive their children from home to school daily, then the city will have to take action accordingly and proactively. Currently, there are very few families with school-aged children in my neighbourhood. Unfortunately, their families can ensure their safety by transporting them to and from both schools. Furthermore, there are no parks or playgrounds in our neighbourhood, as every child deserves. In fact, there isn't a single green or playground space between Bench Elementary School and Walmart, except for the picnic tables under Wolf Way. This does not demonstrate effective planning to serve the needs of the families you want to attract. I wish you wisdom and fairness in your decisions. You have compelling reasons from tremendously wise and powerful social agencies supporting your approval of this rezoning. Thank you again to the councillors who walked the neighbourhood and listened. Thank you to Mr. MacArthur for personally hand-delivering not one, but 2 letters regarding the hearing, plus mailing 2 more at full postage to neighborhood residents, because the first 2 of the 4 contained incorrect information. Communication and accuracy of information are essential to taxpayers. Thank you to Mr. Weldon, and through him, the NNLS and BC Housing, for listening and responding to some of the concerns from residents after the January 26, 2021 council meeting. However, those changes are not guaranteed, nor are we protected from the possibility of further changes that may relocate the building right next to our properties. The water and sewer infrastructure, the safety and pedestrian concerns, and the geotechnical issues should give council pause enough to ensure ways to guarantee the safety and well-being of all residents before moving forward.
Wow, that was a long letter.
This letter is from Lori McCauley. I am an owner on Springbank Avenue, and I am totally against the bylaw amendment. High-density R8 zone, north side already zoned. Adding additional zoning, 4-story, 40-unit apartment buildings. Point number 1, heavy volume of traffic. This would be minimum of adding 40 cars adding 40 cars more using Springbank to River Ranch Road, including traffic from the commercial businesses. Additional cars and traffic from visitors and parking for the apartment complexes on the road would be a safety hazard, to which we now have lots of bike traffic. 1 route out of the residential area in case of emergency on the main road. Vote. Already we have traffic problems on this road with the businesses. Starting from April to October, the traffic with commercial businesses and fast food restaurants causes a danger to the community. Trailers parked down the road, semis trying to get into the commercial businesses for delivery. The road is not designed for traffic during these times. Hopefully we never have a fire or require ambulances during this time, as cars can't get through now with all of the traffic blocking this area. During long weekends, it's a nightmare, and there has been times when the police have had to direct traffic. Point number 2, stability of land in the area of which mostly consists of clay. Modular homes now have to be built on concrete foundations due to lack of drainage stability. Adding an apartment complex with a lack of drainage stability will only cause more drainage problems for the area. Point number 3, we bought into this area for the quiet and zoning of the area. Now with industrial and public use P2, the proposed zoning. This area is supported by mostly seniors, and the community feels safe to walk and socialize through the area. This is not the area for high-density residential zoning R8. Point number 4, I would say we should be building the high-density residential zoning R8 areas downtown. Would be to enhance and revitalize growth to the city and businesses who need the support of the community.
This is from Matt and Kate Starr. My wife Kate and I, in unit number 52502 Springbank Avenue, agree with the other residents. We do not feel that Springbank Ave is the right place for a large apartment building. We appreciate the quiet, lower density nature of the area and are worried about the increased pressure put on the infrastructure. Thank you, Matt and Kate Starr. A second letter from Matt and Kate Starr. Attention, Mr. Don MacArthur. We would like to voice our opposition to the proposed rezoning and OCP changes to 2640 Springbank Avenue for the following reasons. The property owner purchased this property while it was not zoned for multifamily residential. If this property was zoned as multifamily residential when purchased, we might have reluctantly accepted their right to construct a multifamily residential complex on the property. However, they did not. This is a quiet, lower density area consisting of single-family homes and townhomes. Many of the local residents are seniors who purchased their homes here because the nearby zoning was for lower density to enjoy a quiet lifestyle. We would feel sorry for our neighbors directly adjacent to the property if one or more very large apartment complexes are constructed, eliminating their views and backyard privacy. Springbank Avenue is not well suited for heavy traffic. The former Chief Administrative Officer of Merritt stated in 2016 that, quote, We are aware of the sub-base materials in that road being substandard and prone to failure. It's not a good street to drive at all, end quote. Does it sound like a good idea to potentially add hundreds of more people and heavier traffic to the street while also opening it up to traffic on the other side as part of the plan? It doesn't to us. Springbank Avenue has complicated geotechnical issues / hazards due to the clay soil, and we feel like any additional development on this street should be extremely cautious and limited. Large-scale heavy equipment, work, earth moving, and construction could cause additional issues. Merritt has significant water issues. We feel like these should be addressed before any more large-scale developments are constructed. It is fairly easy for residents to stop watering their lawns if necessary. However, it is not easy for residents to stop showering, using their dishwashers, etc., as would be the case with new apartment buildings and adding hundreds of more people. Thank you for your consideration. We appreciate the city councilors who listen to the majority of Merritt residents who think recent developments and zoning changes are too rushed and poorly thought out. Sincerely, Matthew and Kate Starr.
Your Worship, this is from Delanda Houghton, the General Manager of the Nicola Valley Food Bank Society. Letter of support for Nicola Native Lodge Society affordable housing proposal. The Nicola Valley Food Bank Society understands that the Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone the property of 2640 Springbank Avenue in the City of Merritt on land owned by the Society. Once rezoned, the project shall provide multi-family intergenerational housing for elders, families, singles, and youth of the 5 Nicola and Clecapma bands, Upper Nicola, Lower Nicola, Coldwater, Nuiach, and Shaken. The project represents an estimated $14.4 million investment in our community through BC Housing. This is a significant investment that will correlate into both short-term economic activity and long-lasting positive economic impacts within the city's business community. The project will also aid in post-COVID-19 economic recovery. As a service provider to low-income residents of Merritt, I understand the challenges our clients face seeking adequate affordable housing. Supporting a wide range of housing choices in our community is vital to ensure Merritt's economy remains competitive. The success of this project may also serve as encouragement for future housing investment. I would like to confirm our full support for the Nicola Native Lodge Society in its efforts to contribute to meeting the urgent need for affordable housing in our community and commend all involved. We wish you full success with your proposed project.
This is a letter from Ken Torand, President and CAO of NVIT. Mayor and Merritt City Council. Nicola Valley Institute of Technology, NVIT, is BC's Indigenous Public Post-Secondary Institute. Founded in 1983 by the 5 bands of the Nicola Valley, NVIT was created to provide a place for Indigenous people to study in a supportive environment. NVIT is governed by a First Nations Board of Governors with representatives from the 5 founding bands. NVIT is supported by an Elders Council with representatives from each of the founding bands, as well as additional First Nations and Métis representatives. Our elders provide cultural support through smudging, prayers, cultural activities, and social events for our learners. The elders are a source of pride and comfort for NVIT. I understand that the the Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. Once rezoned, the proposal is to construct a multi-family intergenerational project for elders and families. The property has been owned by the Nicola Native Lodge Society since 2004 and was purchased to provide long-term, stable, and affordable community housing. Encouraging and supporting a broad range of housing options is a noted priority for the City of Merritt. I fully support the rezoning and proposed housing project, which will provide much-needed housing for elders and families who are currently struggling to find safe, secure, and affordable housing. The proposed housing will enhance and foster a broader sense of community within the City of Merritt. Sincerely, Ken Toran, President and CEO, NVIT.
Your Worship, the next I'm going to provide more of a description of because it's the petition that was provided by the residents. I will read out the prefacing paragraphs though. We, the undersigned owners of property affected by the zoning change described in development application number RZ 2020-004, do hereby strongly oppose the rezoning of the property to R8 high-density housing and unequivocally oppose the permit to build a multi-level 40-unit affordable housing complex. While we fully support the construction of affordable housing, this is absolutely the wrong location for this project. Please see the attached letters of support by residents who oppose this, along with their reasons for protest. And the petition includes some 55 signatures of residents in the area.
Your Worship, this is from Lisa Post, the Executive Director of Squacum Child and Family Services Society. To whom it may concern, Squacum Child and Family Services Society understands that the Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. Once rezoned, the proposal is to construct a multifamily intergenerational project for elders and families. The project has been owned by Nicola Native Lodge Society since 2004 and was purchased to provide long-term, stable, affordable community housing. Encouraging and supporting a broad range of housing options is a noted priority for the City of Merritt. I, Lisa Post, Executive Director of Squacum Child and Family Services Society, support the rezoning and proposed housing project, which would provide much-needed housing for elders and families who are currently struggling to find safe, secure, and affordable housing. The proposed housing will enhance and foster a broader sense of community with the City of Merritt. And then there's a second one to the BC Housing Management Commission. Please consider this a letter of support for the application from Nicola Native Lodge Society to construct 46 units of intergenerational affordable housing at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. This project will help to close the gaps identified in the Aboriginal Housing Management Association's report, Closing the Gap, Housing Needs and Priorities of BC's Urban Aboriginal People. The calls to action on truth and reconciliation speak to recognizing and providing culturally appropriate health, education, and language opportunities to those Aboriginals not living on reserves. The calls to action also recognizes that 4. The preservation, revitalization, and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities. Living in a centralized location will provide greater access to these culturally appropriate opportunities.
This letter is from Jim Adams, Executive Director of Squacum Community Health Services Society. Squacum Community Health Services Society, SCHSS, understands that the Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. Once rezoned, the proposal is to construct a multi-family intergenerational project for elder and families. The property has been owned by Nicola Native Lodge Society since 2004 and was purchased to provide long-term, stable, and affordable community housing. Encouraging and supporting a broad range of housing options is a noted priority for the City of Merritt. SCHSS supports the rezoning and proposed housing project, which will provide much-needed housing for elders and families who are currently struggling to find safe, secure, and affordable housing. The proposed housing will enhance and foster a broader sense of community with the City of Merritt. Jim Adams, Executive Director of Squacum Community Health Services Society. And a second letter to the BC Housing Management Commission from Jim Adams. Please consider this letter of support for the application from Nicola Native Lodge Society to construct 46 units of intergenerational affordable housing at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. This project will help to close the gaps identified in the Aboriginal Housing Management Association's report, Closing the Gap, Housing Needs and Priorities of BC's Urban Aboriginal People. The calls to action on truth and reconciliation speak to the recognizing and providing culturally appropriate health, education, and language opportunity to those Aboriginals not living on reserves. The calls to action also recognize that the preservation, revitalization, and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities. Calls to action 14.5. Living in a centralized location will provide greater access to these cultural appropriate opportunities. Yours truly, Jim Adams, Executive Director, Schwalcom Community Health Services Society.
Can I just ask, are there still a lot more letters to go through? Okay.
Yes.
I just had no idea at what.
I would anticipate we're probably, with the second video, maybe an hour to
Okay.
go for the public hearing yet.
Thank you.
Your Worship, this letter is from Chief Jordan Joe of Shakin Indian Band. Please consider this a letter of support for the application from Nicola Native Lodge Society to construct 46 units of intergenerational affordable housing at 2640 Springbank Avenue in Merritt. This project will help to close the gaps identified in the Aboriginal Housing Management Association's report, Closing the Gap, Housing Needs and Priorities of BC's Urban Aboriginal People. The calls to action on truth and reconciliation speak to recognizing and providing culturally appropriate health, education, and language opportunities to those Aboriginals not living on reserves. The calls to action also recognize that the preservation, revitalization, and strengthening of Aboriginal languages and cultures are best managed by Aboriginal people and communities. Living in a centralized location will provide greater access to these culturally appropriate opportunities.
Your Worship, this is from Steve and Jill Rose at 2450 Springbank Avenue. This morning, my wife and I walked down our street through the neighborhood we have grown to love so much since we built our home here 12 years ago. A fresh blanket of snow covered the yet unspoiled grassland above us, while 4 young deer casually strolled by. The peace and serenity undisturbed by sounds of traffic and industry. Just another reason why people like us, many retired, find this neighborhood so desirable. A neighborhood devoid of crime, inhabited by peaceful, respectful citizens who take pride in their homes. A neighborhood in harmony with the wildlife and natural vegetation that surrounds us. First off, I want to be unmistakably clear that we are not opposed to the construction of affordable housing which is a critical and ethical component of communities large and small. It is rather the proposed location that is unequivocally wrong on so many levels. The sloped site in question is pure, powdery clay and completely unsuitable to support structures of the size and scale in question. There is a strong likelihood that a geotechnical survey will confirm just that. The intersection of Vogue Street and River Ranch Road is already at capacity. The additional traffic related to such a large development would only increase the congestion and indeed the danger. Besides, the poor design of the intersection is the sidewalk, which follows the west side of the River Ranch up from Springbank, then abruptly switches to the east side as one nears the intersection, which necessitates potentially dangerous jaywalking to cross over. The distance from schools could be problematic, especially given the pedestrian safety issues noted above. The distance from downtown amenities and services may be problematic for some residents as well. Contrary to the official community plan, the project does not complement and respect the character and scale of existing residential development in the neighborhood. Contrary to the official community plan, the project does negatively affect the existing quality of life within the neighborhood, particularly those who recently built their retirement homes directly across the street and those who live in the adjacent townhouses. It should be noted that their existing view of unspoiled nature is spectacular. Besides the new home construction currently taking place, I question how the existing water supply will handle such an increase in demand without adversely affecting flow and pressure to the rest of the neighborhood, especially given the late summer restrictions we have become accustomed to. Neighborhood residents have, to my knowledge, unanimously signed a petition against the rezoning proposal in question. Besides the technical and practical shortcomings, the fact that this is clearly and unequivocally not wanted by neighboring taxpayers should be more than adequate impetus to vote down the motion at first reading. In fact, a no-brainer. Of course, no one wants to give developers and investors a closed-for-business perception. So instead of simple rejection of the proposal, I would encourage city staff to work diligently with the proponents to secure an alternate, more suitable location. This work could start almost immediately so that alternate proposals are in hand when said motion fails to pass. I would respectfully submit that rather than a full speed ahead, damn the torpedoes approach to getting 15,000 residents, a thoughtful, measured, and collaborative approach to growth would send all the right signals to investors, while not only protecting but enhancing the quality of life of those of us who are proud to call this place home. I would strongly encourage every councillor and appropriate staff member to drive to the site in question, while enjoying the scenery, put oneself in the shoes of those who live nearby. Then one will appreciate and understand the opposition, indeed the anger of area residents, who view such a large complex as little more than an ill-conceived monstrosity. The fact bears repeating. Such a large structure, regardless of purpose or demographic, is unwanted and absolutely wrong for our neighbourhood. As stated at the outset, my wife and I absolutely love our neighbourhood. The peace, tranquility, wildlife, and unspoiled beauty are what keeps us here, a fact we remind ourselves of when we pay among the highest taxes in the city. It is our fervent wish, indeed our expectation, that City Council members will respect the wishes and best interests of the constituents they serve. And then there's a second letter, also from Steve Rose. Your Worship and Councillors, you have, up to and including this evening, received a petition signed by just short of 100% of homeowners, as well as a multitude of thoughtful and heartfelt letters of opposition to this development. The wishes of Springbank residents could not be any clearer. In stark contravention of the OCP, this large development absolutely does not respect the character and scale of our peaceful, single-family neighbourhood. Progressive, forward-thinking jurisdictions are planning higher-density housing developments conveniently within walking or cycle distance of essential services, downtown amenities, and schools in order to reduce traffic congestion and emissions, as well as the reduced need for costly infrastructure and road enhancements. Yet here, we seem to be promoting exactly the opposite. By imposing large-scale developments on quiet, single-family neighborhoods in the outer reaches of the city, away from a downtown already in decline, you are unwittingly causing the effective demise of both, as well as necessitating millions of dollars in road improvements to deal with the increased traffic. Members of council have repeatedly and doggedly reminded us of the need for more affordable, higher-density housing and population in order to meet budgetary demands. Yet these same councillors are vigorously promoting the locating of the aforementioned in locations that will suck millions of dollars out of depleted city coffers in order to support them. How many millions of dollars, for example, could be saved if the much-vaunted Springbank-Grimmett connector not be required? Besides the above-noted long-term ramifications, the fact that the predominantly silt and clay land in question is highly unstable, as proven by cracks and settling of nearby homes, this then becomes a serious issue of concern, not just for the developer, but for all nearby residents. What assurance will be given that such a large structure won't affect the ground stability of the entire area and put the safety of all nearby residents at risk? I would strongly suggest that this matter proceed no further and tonight table the motion until a thorough and complete geotechnical survey is completed and made public, along with a plan to remediate if survey proves said project still okay to proceed. A very bold step, yes, but well justified and reassuring to all. It is well within your mandate to show such leadership on such a key concern. Honourable council members, to summarise, this project, while innovative and worthwhile for our community, is absolutely not suited for Springbank Avenue. It is wrong for the neighbourhood and above all inconvenient and ill-suited for those who would live in it. Please tonight let your actions be guided by a progressive, forward-thinking vision for our city.
This is a letter from Teresa Hopper, 104-2514 Springbank Avenue. My husband and I moved here 2 years ago from Chilliwack to get away from the hustle and bustle of everyday life. We chose Merritt because of the lower population, the beauty of the rolling hills and mountains, and of course the quietness. My husband wants to retire in 2 years, and when he finds out about the proposal and it goes through, he will want to sell, and that is the last thing that I want. I love my house, my neighbors, and the area we live in. If you build the 40-unit low-income apartments, that will change everything around Springbank area, not only for the people, but for the wildlife. There are no schools or parks nearby for the kids around here, and if it's low income, they probably won't own a car, and that makes it difficult for appointments and such from this area. Please reconsider your plans for the sake of our neighborhood and the animals. Teresa Hopper, 2514 Springbank.
This letter is from Valerie Kynock of Remax Legacy. I am writing this letter to you today in reference to the above-mentioned proposal. As a realtor, I rely heavily on the new city zoning bylaw and website resource and the future vision of City Council, as shared by the Planning and Development Services Manager, to educate and inform my clients about specific properties. I am in full support of new development in our community and affordable housing. However, we have limited sizable P2 zone land, and I feel this should be protected to support a growing population for future needs like a college, art school, senior center, recreational center, rehabilitation center, etc. The Springbank neighborhood has been thoughtfully planned with zoning to accommodate growth for various housing developments, including high-density, strata, single-family dwelling, modular home, and future public use/institutional. My concern with approving the removal of dedicated P2 zoning and replacing it with high-density when there is already high-density zoned land in the area is congestion and over-densification, which could compromise the balance of the Springbank neighborhood. Many of my clients who are choosing Merritt as their home are moving here from areas that have become too populated and overdeveloped. Privacy and space are two important factors for many homeowners. Thank you for your time and consideration. If you would like to speak with me about this, or if you have any questions, please feel free to contact me.
Your Worship, this is from Margaret Foe, Chief Executive Officer of the Aboriginal Housing Management Association. On behalf of the Aboriginal Housing Management Association, AHMA, please accept this letter of support for Nicola Native Lodge Society. AHMA is an umbrella organization composed of 41 Indigenous housing and service providers who serve over 5,000 Indigenous families across BC. We are direct partners with provincial government, and our mission is to advance the housing rights for all Indigenous peoples living in BC. Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue in Merritt. Once rezoned, the proposal is to construct a multi-family intergenerational project for elders and families. The property has been owned by Nicola Native Lodge Society since 2004 and was purchased to provide long-term, stable, affordable housing. Encouraging and supporting a broad range of housing options is a noted priority for the City of Merritt. AHMA is confident that NNLS's proposed housing will enhance and foster a broader sense of community with the City of Merritt. There remains significant uncertainty and lack of acknowledgement for Indigenous-specific housing needs and strategies in British Columbia. Through the delivery of culturally appropriate housing, the NNLS will not only help fill these gaps, but ultimately strengthen and empower Indigenous community members in Merritt and throughout the Okanagan. AHMA is committed to the development of this new project, as it will offer innovative and indigenized solutions that will provide desperately needed housing for elders and families who are currently struggling to find safe, secure, and affordable housing.
This is a letter from Carrie Cook, Director of Merritt Operations, Ask Wellness. Ask Wellness enthusiastically expresses our support to the Nicola Native Lodge Society's application for the development of a 47-unit affordable housing project on their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue, Merritt. As a city and region, we are facing a housing affordability crisis. And one of the most important actions we can take to address this crisis is to build more geographically diverse, affordable housing options in the Nicola Valley. After almost 15 years of Ask providing housing services to our community, it is evident that we have many families and seniors in our community teetering on the brink of homelessness due to the lack of accessible, safe, affordable housing options. Housing is a basic human right. We as a community have a responsibility to work together to create inclusive neighborhoods where all those living in our city have access to affordable housing. In support, Carrie Cook, Director of Merritt Operations, Ask Wellness.
This letter is from Bonnie McIntosh of number 107, 2514 Springbank Avenue. I am against this rezoning. This is not an appropriate area for this type of project. The land is supposedly somewhat unstable. It does not fit in with the type of housing currently in this area. I suggest the City Council seek the residents in this area for their opinion of this rezoning and consider this type of development belongs in the downtown area of Merritt where the amenities exist within walking distance.
This letter comes from Kelly Lirondell, Executive Director of Canate Friendship Society. Canate Friendship Society has built a community image to improve holistically the quality of life, cultural distinctiveness, and strengthening friendship and cooperation between Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal members in our community. In 1975, under the Societies Act, the province of British Columbia recognized the Nicola Valley Friendship and Counseling Society as a non-profit, community-based organization. Today, that community-based organization is now Canate Friendship Society, and we continue to help Indigenous people in the community of Merritt. We at Canate Friendship Society understand that the Nicola Native Lodge Society is applying to rezone their property located at 2640 Springbank Avenue. Once rezoned, the proposal is to construct a multi-family intergenerational project for elders and families. This is very encouraging to both Canate Friendship Society and the people that we support in the Merritt community. This much-needed project demonstrates that supporting a broad range of housing options is a noted priority for the City of Merritt. We at Canate Friendship Society support the rezoning and proposed housing project, which would provide much-needed housing for elders and families who are currently struggling to find safe, secure, and affordable housing. The proposed housing will enhance and foster a broader sense of community with the City of Merritt. In good spirit.
Okay, great. Sorry, we have a hole punch issue. I think this is from Carol Durgosoff, although Carol's name, if it is Carol, is
It's Coral. They're Gosoff.
Carol Durgosoff. I am the owner of unit number 207-2514 Springbank Avenue in Merritt since fall 2019. I do not believe that the proposed zoning of the area behind this subdivision to build high-density housing would be beneficial to Merritt residents. There are no playgrounds or parks nearby for families. A major factor in my decision to choose this unit was the view of our beautiful valley. It is a well-populated habitat for local wildlife. The traffic is minimal and the street is a popular flat walking route. It is an area very attractive to senior life. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Carl Durgosoff.
If you say it fast enough, we might not
Yeah, just
hear the pronunciation.
quickly.
This letter is from Herb and Maureen Lorenz. We are against the proposed rezoning at 2640 Springbank Avenue because we think a low-income, high-density complex is inappropriate for this area. Changing the original zoning after retired residents have chosen this particular location for its scenic, quiet enjoyment seems inappropriate. Rezoning should not be done in this matter until the public can appear in person. Regards, Herb and Maureen.
Your Worship, this is from Mark Ellis. Dear Council members, re multi-family residential proposal at 2640 Springbank Avenue. Eagle Homes owns the residential lots located on Springbank Avenue, which is just across the street from the Springbank Avenue proposal. Due to the decrease in lot values from the 2008 economic crash, we had close to zero interest in these lots. After 13 years of paying property taxes and interest, it is just now, because of a good real estate market, that I can sell lots for the cost of the lots and the overhead incurred. The proposed apartment building, if approved, would again lower the values of the retail sale of those lots due to increased traffic and low rental income neighbors directly across the street. I am aware that the residents of the neighborhood are against this type of development. As elected officials, it is your job to listen to the public and vote appropriately. I, Mark Ellis, owner of Eagle Homes, am totally against this type of development. I stand with the residents of Springbank Avenue and agree that a low-income rental neighborhood will impact the quality of life for the residents who have already invested in this neighborhood. And I predict that acceptance of this proposal will negatively impact my business. Sincerely.
This letter is from Pearl Montford, and it's addressed to the Development Services Manager. To whom it may concern, I am letting you know that I am against the zoning amendment bylaw 2904-2020. I feel this should not be changed from future development to multifamily residential on Lot 3 District, Lot 121, Kamloops Division, Yale District Plan, KAP 58641, PID 023-698-454, 2640 Springbank Avenue. I am sending this email letting you know I oppose this development being built on this piece of land. I realize it was not your council that sold this land. It should have been held for future park with bird sanctuary, with viewing platforms and boardwalks, with a dog park, an area for having picnics, a child's playground, etc. When the Forksdale proposal goes through, a park area as this would be welcome addition, especially with its easy access for tourists to visit. It would have met many needs for the people of Merritt, as well as not having large buildings being built on unstable ground. Also concerning that Town Council is treading on thin ground, allowing a building to be for just one group of people only. Is this setting a precedence for which can be used by other ethnicity groups to follow? Anything built in town limits should be open to all the people of Merritt. Segregating one group from another is something that should not be done in this era of reconciliation. I'm also very concerned with these agendas being pushed through when there is a pandemic. These changes you are proposing should be put off until the taxpayers can come in person to present their input. Regards, Pearl Montford, number 1, 2502 Springbank Avenue.
We are getting closer to the end now, Your Worship.
Thank you.
This letter is from Don and Elaine Lane. We moved to Merritt and built us a home at 2426 Springbank Avenue because of the quiet rural location. A high-density complex on this street will definitely change that, so we are absolutely opposed to it. If approved, we will have to seek another quiet location, which at our age will be difficult. I think the next one up is just the video from the Nicola Native Lodge Society.
I think there's one letter after that, so maybe we
is
should
there?
just do...
Yeah, let's reverse it.
Yeah, so, Your Worship, this is the last of the physical letters, and then we're into the recorded messages. So, from Elizabeth Perdek Waboose, 108-2514 Springbank Avenue. This was to Mayor and Council members. I want to express my views on the proposed development at 2640 Springbank Avenue. My name is Elizabeth Perdok Waboose, and I reside in the strata at 108-2514 Springbank Avenue. I am opposed to the development for the following reasons. I am in opposition to this proposed development because the residents across from this proposed development were never informed of this development prior to purchasing their homes and land. As residents of Springbank Avenue strata, I was not informed this type of development would be considered, and that presents an ethical consideration for me. I personally may have changed my mind about purchasing a home had I been apprised of this high-density development. There are numerous other areas to consider, namely the apartment complex that burned down at Kengard Manor, leaving many residents without a home. This area could have been considered for a complex renewal. The area that we reside in is not ideal for high-density living as the land is unstable. There has been considerable cracking, and in one instance, the basement heaved. Ecologically, this type of proposed development is not conducive to the surrounding area, as it was always the hope that homes would remain uniform. The modular homes and the property that is up for sale along Springbank may be impacted, as elderly people do not want this type of building across from their home. I also feel it is important to conduct a geological survey to ensure the land is conducive for high-density building. I am of the opinion that it is not. Finally, consider the environmental impacts on wildlife in the area. In closing, I want to acknowledge that everyone does deserve a place to call home. However, with a low-income housing development, Council must consider the safety of our neighbours, particularly our elders. Therefore, please consider an alternative site for the development in an area that does not compromise the existing development or residents. In good spirit, yours truly.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordan Joe, and I'm the chief. Hantla, Inchquash, Jordan Joe, Tutla Shakinkin, Ashkukbi. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Jordan Joe, and I'm the chief for Shakin. It is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce the Council to the Nicola Native Lodge Society's proposal to build and develop 47 units of affordable rental housing to the First Nations community members in the City of Merritt. In 2016, 1,575 people identified as Indigenous in the City of Merritt. This represents about 23% of the city's total population, and the Indigenous population has also increased 41% over the last 10 years. Our project seeks to provide multi-family, intergenerational housing for elders, families, singles, and youth of the 5 Nicola Intlakapan bands, which is the Upper Nicola, Lower Nicola, Shakin, Nuwaj, and Coldwater bands. The project's origins date over 40 years. The property has been owned by the Society since 2004 and was purchased to provide long-term, stable, and affordable housing. The city recognizes that its neighboring First Nations are tremendous supporters of business and services in our community, and the City of Merritt has built strong relations with these bands in recognition of their contribution to the success of our city. At the core of these economic opportunities is access to safe and affordable housing for all community members. Our society has secured a rare funding opportunity working in collaboration with upper levels of government, who will fund the construction and provide ongoing operational investment into the project for the next 60 years. The approval of this $14 million project will represent a sizable injection of economic activity from which our local business community will greatly benefit from, especially as we try to recover from COVID-19. As a willing partner, approval of this project will contribute to safe, affordable, and inclusive housing, which is vital to societal, economic, and individual health and well-being for the City of Merritt. As per the city's own policies described in the OCP, zoning, bylaws, and recent housing needs assessment, this rezoning application and intent to use align and tick all related policy boxes. We thank the city for the work done to date and look forward to continuing to build this relationship with the City of Merritt for years to come. Cookshin, thank you all.
Hantla and Squash Lease Behan Cook Vince Lutku. Hello everyone, Lease Behan Chief of the Coldwater Band. The lack of appropriate housing for First Nation members of the community has led to community members living in inadequate and often overcrowded living conditions. The reasons for this are varied, but often it comes down to poverty and prejudice from the general public. Our people have faced a long history of systemic racism and discrimination, where a lot of our Indigenous people were taken away from their homes to residential school or disenfranchised under the Indian Act. It created a lot of displacement and a lot of social issues. However, housing is central to healing from that trauma. We have never seen such a commitment from the provincial government for housing investments for First Nations in BC. This is an important step for building stronger First Nations communities. We believe everyone has a right to fully functioning home. Housing is a fundamental necessity that provides people with the basic security they need to live healthy, fulfilling lives. Capitalizing on this opportunity to provide housing for our people who are residents of the City of Merritt will improve a major gap in housing needs throughout the region for Indigenous people. Thank you.
Hantla in Squash, Stu Jackson, Cook Beat of the Lower Nicola Indian Band. Hello, my name is Stu Jackson. I'm chief of the Lower Nicola Indian Band. It is with great excitement that we have finally come to this point where now the Nch'Likup'imuk Nations, the Syilx Nation here in the Nicola Valley, have this great opportunity to work alongside the City of Merritt to engage on this opportunity and this initiative to finally put to life a Nicola Native Lodge for our people. It's been a very, very long, arduous process that has had many challenges and many hurdles and obstacles that we've had to overcome over the years. And it's so exciting as a representative of my community that now that we can come back, I can go back to my people and I can tell my people that here's an opportunity for us to house our elders and perhaps families and other programs that we might be able to provide for Nch'Likup'imuk and Syilx peoples. So on behalf of the Lower Nicola Indian Band and my position as Cook Bee, I'm extremely excited and very proud to be a part of an opportunity and engagement where we can work collaboratively with you, the city, and our neighbors, and working together. Hopefully we can put the shovel in the ground in this fall of 2021. And I really hope that things lay out and follow properly for everyone that's involved so that I can go back to my people and tell my people that we have more housing opportunities for you and for our future. With that, Cookstep.
Good day, my name is Harvey McLeod, Elmichum, Upper Nicola. It's really good to be sharing this with you today. This is a dream that we've had for our community, our valley, for a number of decades. Find a way on how we can take care of our elders, our parents, and to ensure that they're safe, they're being taken care of, not forgotten, and in a good place. And not being by themselves, that they're with their friends, their relatives. We all know that as we age, we become isolated. We spend more time alone. And this we didn't want to happen. As leaders back in the day, we said we should build our own home for our people so that they can be together, where their friends and relatives can come and visit them, and they be in a good place and are taken care of, close to the hospital, close to the facilities that we have here in this town. And with that in mind, we all back in the day said, let's do it. Let's just do it. We thought it was going to be a fairly simple process. And 20, 30, 40 years later, it's going to finally be a reality. It had to develop on its own, find its own way on how this was going to be done. Our people spoke, and now we're there. And we really need your support and continue to support to make this a reality. Let's find this good place for our people, for our parents, for our elders. And let's do it in a good way. Let's cherish it. Let's find a way to support it, each and every one of you, to ensure that it does happen. We sometimes forget about our elders. We worry so much about others, our youth, our women, our men, our leadership, what's happening in town, what's happening in the other valleys, and we forget about our people. So today, let's make this a reality. Let's make it happen. And let's find a good place, a safe place for our people. White Limerick. Thank you.
Good morning, Harold Aljam, a co-order band member, former chief, but also the former president of Nicola Native Lodge Society. This has been a project that's been on the books for many, many years. I see when we did own the property, that there was some assigned for the Nicola Native Lodge due to the location and close proximity of the hospital where it would house some of our elders. There's many attempts to secure funding, and as we progress to be successful on this project, it's sad to see that other rules have been changed, as I'm sure we have letters of support from previous mayor and council, Merritt. It's always a need within the Aboriginal population, as it is a growing number in the Merritt, Nicola Valley area. Thanks.
Good morning. I'm Rena Sam, and I'm from Shaken Indian Band, and I've been working here most of my life with the bands. And on regards to Nicola Native Lodge, I would like to read this statement. In British Columbia, nearly 3/4 of all Aboriginal people live off reserve, with 60% living in urban areas. The calls to action on truth and reconciliation speak to recognizing and providing cultural appropriate health, education, and language opportunities to those Aboriginals living on reserves. Living in a centralized location will provide greater access to both culturally appropriate opportunities as well as economical opportunities and services. This proposed project represents a collaboration of Aboriginal groups, service providers, all levels of government, and the private sector. Housing is an important aspect of healing and reconciliation, which will aim to address the root causes linked to the socio-economic disadvantages of our Aboriginal peoples and communities. The shared values of the 5 bands, which represent a society, reflect on an approach that is community-driven, whereby Aboriginal groups are leading and building their own holistic and sustainable creative solutions. Okay, thank you for listening.
My name is Art Sam, and I'm from the Noich Indian Band, and my Indian name is Stechta, means Jade Rock, and I've been talking to Jordan, Lee Spahan, Sharon Stone, and Sharon Lindley about the old folks home, and I represent Noich for that area. And I went to a meeting with a few of them there a few times about our elders' home, and we like to see it happen. And all our elders, when they get too old and they can't do anything for themselves, they send them to the white man's old folks home. We like to create jobs for our own people with our old folks home. Right now, some of them say they don't want to go in, but I keep telling them, one of these days your body's not going to function right, and that's where you're going to end up. Even myself, because I'm 80 years old now, and I like to see it happen real soon, because it's been close to over 50 years we've been talking about it, and the ones that started talking about it are all gone now. They went ahead of us. They're gone. And now it's our turn to talk, and I hope people out there listen, and I hope we have this building up soon. I like to see it happen. And, it creates jobs, and its location is close to the hospital, close to any of the people who want to go out and buy stuff for themselves, you know. Stores are right around there. I hope our chiefs of Nicola Valley, all the councillors get together and work together and get the people behind them to make it happen. Thank you.
My name is Esther Vogt. My Indian name is Yatko. I was born and raised up to Merritt Creek, they call it now. Now I live down at White. I've been there for 40 years now. And I've watched some of my aunties and uncles pushing for the old folks home for the last probably 50 years, maybe longer. And they really fought for it for years. They used to get together and try to get the old folks home going. Now it's our turn to do that. But the reason why, I don't know, why are they trying to stop it from building where our land is? So they've been talking about that for a long time too, and I don't see why. There's 2 places there they should be building. For some reason they're really having a hard time. It should be coming up. Like my uncle used to always say, don't talk about it, just build. So that's what I'm pushing for. I know I've heard Art talk about the same thing. It's just too much. Our aunties are going somewhere else and then we can't reach them because we can't go there and see them. A long ways from town. And they don't like it there because nobody shows up and visits them or does anything for them, eh? It's so far away, but it would be good if we had one here. Something close to home. And they would have people visiting. But we're really pushing for that home. It's got to come up. Well, I hope it's coming up before my time is gone. That's about it for me, I guess.
Hi, I'm Leona Antoine, and I'm a Lower Nicola Indian Band member. And I am a concerned member for Lower Nicola's elders. And so we have a aging dynamics of 27% that are over 60, and in 10 years I'll be there. And I know that many leadership before us have tried to really provide lodging for elders, and so we're now in a crisis where we have existing Gillis House and others that aren't affordable, and the services aren't First Nations related. So with Nicola Lodge, we'll have a number of members that have put themselves through our local college with First Nations perspective, and the elders will feel more comfortable with First Nations care workers because it will be people that they already entrust in the community. And with a number of non-Indigenous homes that we have right now, there's a fear for our elders that they're not going to be looked after in a good way, and some of them speak the language fluently, and so they won't be able to be able to ask for their needs. in a proper way. Some of them feel ashamed, and so with our own people, they'll be able to really help our elders on what they really need. So in closing, I just want to really support the initiative and be able to provide a housing complex for our elders and services and Cookstown.
We had, but there is one more letter, two more letters that we have missed, one that we have missed.
Yes, Your Worship. Apologies. This did come in at the start of the weekend. Due to the way it was marked, we didn't realize it was intended for inclusion in the public hearing, but obviously they've made it clear in the last 20 minutes or so that it was, so obviously we're including it in this. And I'll add it to the pack after the meeting takes place. So this is from, sorry, I'm now on a screen, Alana and Kevin Patterson at 2569 Springbank Avenue, who said, Dear Mayor and Council, firstly, I would like to sincerely thank Councillors Mike Bangu, Melvina White, and Adam Etchart for having the courage, integrity, and open minds to initially say no to the Springbank development. Despite the fact that this decision still needs to be heard via a public hearing, it appears many of you on Council have clearly already made your decision to approve this development. Shame on you for making your decision before hearing the public's input formally. I am guessing the thoughts and feedback provided by the constituents, those who likely helped you get elected or re-elected, are continuing to fall on deaf ears and closed minds. I have a good memory and a long one, and will personally ensure that when it comes time for the next municipal election here in Merritt, that your lack of regard for your constituents' input in these matters will be brought to the forefront again. It is my hope that the majority of you do not get re-elected, as you put your own arrogance and agendas first and not your constituents. In regard to the Springbank Avenue rezoning proposal, this very negatively impacts us, as this low-income rental apartment building is going to be built right in front of our brand new one-level modular home. I call BS when it comes to the supposed sightlines. This will block our lovely and peaceful view of the valley. We specifically got an 8-foot covered front deck to take advantage of the outstanding views, not to be blocked by a multi-story apartment building. We thought long and hard about staying in Merritt and where to live after we sold our house on Kilshanna Avenue. We did not make a rash decision to get a modular house on Springbank. However, before our house was even delivered, we saw the redevelopment sign go up and instantly regretted the decision to have built here, and more importantly, to even stay in Merritt. The following are my thoughts on Council's attitude and actions. To the councillor who has heard to make the comment, words to the effect of, is that really the look we want here in Merritt, in reference to the look of trailer parks and modular homes? To you I say this, who do you think you are, and what gives you the right to sit in your ivory tower and make such a statement? You are so incredibly arrogant, thoughtless, and completely devoid of diplomacy. Our new house is wonderful. I personally extend you and the rest of council an invitation to come see our house, and yes, it is a modular home. You have devalued us as people who live in those types of homes. We can't all live in huge houses like yourself. It doesn't make you any better than anyone else. Hurtful and stupid comments like this do not make for a nice place to live. Furthermore, while we were on the topic of appearances, to several of you, I suggest it is time to throw off your blinders and see Merritt for what it is currently. Never have I been in a community that displays such garish neon rope lighting on buildings. It is gross. The Coldwater Hotel may be a historic building, but it is seriously not an attractant, especially now with the neon signage on various windows. Tacky. Is that really the look you want for Merritt? How about opening your minds to some tasteful murals on some buildings that are not just country music themed? What a nice way that would be to rejuvenate the area. And seriously, $300,000 for a toilet at Spirit Square? Who is going to clean and maintain it? Who would use it? Outside of a naive tourist, I suspect that toilet will be used by the various alcoholics, drug users, etc. What a waste of money. Why are the roads in such bad shape here in the city? Do you guys not budget properly so that roads can be repaved? And this applies to snow removal as well. Sure, it's plowed, but not actually removed to a specific snow dump area. It's hard to park when the snow is not actually removed. What about the various and very noticeable intoxicated persons who hang out behind the Interior Savings Bank, Coldwater Hotel, and the Cold Beer and Wine Store? Why not try to address these social issues before forcing all these new developments upon us, including this low-income rental apartment building on Springbank? How do you think this apartment building and the renters will bring money or tax base to Merritt? They are all renters, and likely many will be on welfare and/or disability. Do you foresee this contributing to Merritt's coffers, or are you just trying to increase population here in Merritt? I can't think of a worse place to build these apartments. The majority of people living on Springbank Avenue are retired or hard-working families. It is a great neighborhood with a positive community feel. People have buy-in here and take great care and pride in their homes and properties. This apartment does not suit this area. More traffic, blocked views, and is nowhere near to any social assistance areas such as BC Services or Ask Wellness or the Food Bank, etc. What about building a rehabilitation centre here in Merritt? It is needed. As for the councillor who stated that people shop outside the community, such as in Kamloops and Kelowna, and his wanting people to shop locally, what do you expect? For many, many things, we are literally forced out of the community to shop. I, for one, will ensure I do my shopping in Kamloops as often as possible because there is just nothing here. That said, I will say that one of great local stores is Ms. Vicky's Petals and Flowers. She is truly wonderful, and she is someone you guys should turn to for insights about how she promotes shopping locally, her store, and the larger Merritt community. Seriously, why not go to her for insights instead of turning to a town in California for input? I am very frustrated by the majority of this council, and it is time that you are accountable to the citizens. Comments like us moaning and groaning are not appropriate comments to make. I didn't realize that by expressing our thoughts, it made us moaners. Further, you are approving all these developments, but we currently do not have a full-time building inspector. Don't you think the responsible thing would be to have these in place before building begins? And what about a bylaw officer? Do we even have one here currently? Sincerely, Alana and Kevin Patterson.
Thank you. We need to determine whether we return to council for further consideration or adjourn the public hearing to a different date to listen to more input, or adjourn until such time as the public may attend in person. So I need someone to move one of those three options. Councillor Bangu, you're going to move what?
I'd like option 3, if we could continue this when the public are able to
Attend in person?
attend in person.
Do we have a seconder? Councillor Retchart, second. Anyone want to speak to the motion? Councillor Luck.
Yeah, I'm a little concerned about that one, as I don't think we're doing anything on the extraordinary that other cities are doing, and I just worry how long that'll be. I mean, a year ago, we thought this was going to be over in 3 months, and then 6 months, and 8 months, and 12 months. I'm just concerned about how long this will take. And if we set a precedent by putting all of these off until the public's presence against, that's my only concern. And quite frankly, we're hearing from the public. I've heard loud and clear from the public. That last letter was quite, quite a loud signal from the public about some of the concerns out there and everything. And I just have a fear of putting this off forever and ever and ever. And we keep talking about going back to normal. So that's my concern. I don't know. What was the other?
This is the one we're speaking to.
Yes, the one we're speaking. Sorry. Yes, you're right. Sorry. So yeah, I have a problem with this one. Yeah.
Thank you. And Councillor Etcher.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the public input, even though that there's a lot of submissions, this is an issue that will affect us for a long time in future councils and future residents. And I think that people just want to feel heard, and they want to be able to express their emotions more than just a piece of paper, a letter that we've written out and maybe pronounce their name wrong. And I think it's important that they have their voice heard literally, and they want to see the plans, and they want to be able to see the video that we're seeing. And I think that people want to know that we're working on water plans and that we're looking at the geotech, and they really need to feel heard. And I think people have a lot of fear and concerns about the situation, and that's why I would be in support of keeping it further so people could view this maybe in the Civic Center distance so people could see the plans, but that's why.
So are you talking about having another town hall meeting or
Another session with more public input or opportunity.
Okay, this is not what we're speaking to. We're speaking to so that the public may attend in person. That's the,
Yep, yes,
okay,
and that would be why.
thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak to this? Okay. I won't be supporting a motion that is going to drag this out so that we can hear from the people in person. I understand that everybody wants to have input in person. On the other hand, we're under public health orders that we cannot do that until public health orders are removed. And if we say this for this one, we will have to say that for every other one, and we may as well shut the town down for a while because we don't have any ability to get things done. I think we've made a valiant attempt at bringing the public in, and I will not support this motion. Councillor Luck.
Yeah, just one other comment. We've heard tons of letters. I've been out and met with some of the citizens and all this and as well, and I guess I'd like one of the councillors that's supporting us, what do you see the benefit of us meeting publicly? So they can glare us down, so they can have, yelling and screaming matches? That I don't want to see. And that is my issue with this. I am fully supportive of having it. I'll go 2 more of these to get all the comments in, and I think this is what we need to do. But I just afraid of how long this is going to take to get done, and what is anticipated by the crowds filling the council chambers, and we already know what their feeling is, and that's my only concern is this, and it just gets ramped up. I think I'd rather see this ramp down a little bit and have more input from the public rather than, my fear is this will just ramp right up, and that's my biggest fear here. And that's it for me, yeah.
Councillor Christopherson. Oh, sorry, Councillor Fair.
Who's on?
You're on.
Okay.
Sorry, I'll get back to you, Councillor Fair.
I think we've heard a great deal of information from the public, and I appreciate it. I have responded when it's appropriate to do so. Much of the comments that are coming through are quite repetitive now on the same topic. I believe that our administration has responded to those concerns as best we can. I cannot see putting off important decisions, and they are important, but for an unknown length of time. I'm very fearful that Merritt would be put in the position of being so indecisive that it may affect development coming in. We don't know when COVID is going to allow us to meet in public. I would certainly prefer to deal with people face to face, so long as they are respectful. The last letter I would be concerned of as being respectful, but that goes with the territory. I would not be in favor of putting this off until an unknown length of time.
Councillor Fair.
Thank you. I agree with Mayor Brown that we have made a valiant effort to bring in the public's input, and I think we've been successful in doing that. I think the public has had every opportunity, and some of us have made extra effort to meet personally with the public, and we've certainly been, all of us, open to receiving any comments. So I think every effort has been made, and I just can't see any advantage to making this go on longer just so that we can be in the same room to say and hear the same things. Thank you.
And before we make that vote, just because they're in person does not mean to say we will get to debate with them. A public hearing is not for council to debate with the public. It is to hear what the public has to say. I'm going to call the motion. All in favor? Opposed? Opposed takes it. So we need another motion. So we're either extending the public hearing or returning to council for further consideration. I need a mover. Councillor Luck.
I think I'd like to move to extend the public hearing. The reason is I have a lot of more questions that has come out of this that I need to get clarification on. So if it suits the council, I would certainly like to move a motion to extend it one more public hearing, just because a lot of information came at me tonight that I need to ask some questions on. So that would be.
Are you talking one more public hearing being one more council session? The next council session, we want a time, date, and location.
Yeah, you can set the time and date, whatever works with staff and everything, but I've just got some questions that have come up with me, so I just would like to, especially there was one letter in particular that was received that I'd like to discuss a little bit further on that one, so that would be good.
And, okay, so just to clarify.
Yep.
You're talking about adjourning this to the next public meeting?
Yeah, we can do
Okay.
this to the next public meeting. Yeah, I don't want to drag it on. I just want a next public meeting for a little bit more information. Yeah,
Okay, I need a
absolutely.
seconder.
Because I want to research a couple
Yep.
of things. Okay.
I need a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Christopherson. Mr. Smith?
Your worship, just so staff has clarity as to what is being asked, are you asking to defer talking about this to a future meeting? Or are you asking to extend the public hearing to allow for further submissions from the public?
This is that the public hearing be adjourned until this next meeting. So if we're
To
talking,
continue the public hearing for further submissions from the public is what I think I
that's
heard
what this
the
motion is, to
was.
extend the public hearing, not to defer our conversation.
I'm only asking, because that's what I think we heard, and so what we would do is put out another call for public submissions if that was the intent. If the intent is to defer decision until a future one, then you close the public hearing and make a motion to defer in the regular council meeting. So,
What, you're off. Can I talk to Mr.
Sorry.
Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. So as Mr. Smith said, there's a couple of options here, but what I thought I heard moved and second was to adjourn the public hearing at this point in time, so to keep the public hearing open until 6 p.m. on April 6th, 2021. And under the Local Government Act, if you adjourn it to a specific date and time, and that is announced to everyone present, which in this case is those watching the live cast, then that in itself is sufficient notice, although of course we would do our best to emphasize that to the public. But if you didn't have a specific date, place, and time, then we would need to re-advertise, which would mean it couldn't be done for at least 2 weeks. So, because there would be statutory provisions. So, the presence of the specific dates of April 6th, 2021 at 6 p.m. in the council chamber is a crucial part of this if what you want to do is to get further public input at a public hearing. But as Mr. Smith said, if you want to just discuss it as a council debate later after you've thought about it for weeks, that would be a different matter altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah, my motion is to adjourn tonight for this public meeting, because I don't want to shut debate down, because I still want to try and get some more information, so I don't want it shut down where we can't collect more information. Come back next April 6th, the next meeting, for another public hearing, short one, but also with the caveat that we know that technically, once something's been thrown on the table, we don't want to regurgitate that. I would like it to say that we need to have some more new information on that. That'd be something. But anyway, yes, April 6th, adjourn till April 6th. I'll make it keep it simple.
Yep. It's on the table. And I'd like to say I don't want the public hearing to be extended. I think we've heard from everybody. I'm not sure I want to go through all of that whole process again, and I don't know what further information the public is going to bring to us. I think it was pretty thorough from all parties that were there. I would like us to be able to discuss this in council now, and if we prefer to defer our decision, then that's when we adjourn. So I would be looking at returning and discussing and perhaps deferring our decision. Now, that's my question to staff, is it possible for us to be able to seek out other information after the public hearing? I don't believe we can do that. Mr. Lois?
Please don't do that, Your Worship.
Okay. So you do not want us to defer?
You could, if you hold a subsequent public hearing, then you absolutely could, but you would need to the statutory advertising of that. And I think Mr. Smith has additional comment.
Okay. Mr. Smith?
So I'm only stating this for information because I really want council to understand the effects of the decision you're making.
Yeah.
You are still allowed to ask questions at third reading. So it's not like you guys are prohibited from asking questions
Right.
Or seeking clarification, wanting to have the opportunity to say if somebody made something in a public submission that you weren't comfortable with, to ask that question to staff. What is our process on this? Or
Okay.
what are we going to be doing? Those are all perfectly in bounds. You are also able to make amendments to the zoning bylaw at third reading without returning to a public hearing in certain circumstances. You know, for example, one of those circumstances is the reduction in density where that's been received the consent of the owner. So I don't know exactly what the concerns are, but I do want to make sure that council is at the very least aware that you aren't prohibited from asking questions after the public hearing. You are prohibited from receiving further new information from the public or other sources.
Thank you for that clarification. So we can debate amongst ourselves without worrying about additional information, except from staff who can clarify some of this information for us. So I will not be supporting that the public hearing be set aside to April 6th, and I'm not talking about deferring anything within. I'm needing to ask questions and be able to debate, and I'm okay with debate at that point. So my position will not to vote against this. Okay. Oh, you guys are not on tape?
Sorry.
The public cannot hear you. Okay. Mr. Luck, Councillor Luck.
Yeah, I will withdraw my motion then, Mayor, as long as we can have the opportunity to fully discuss this motion, because there's a lot here to discuss tonight. I'm
Yep.
looking at the interest of time as well, so we could be here till midnight.
Yeah, we
That
can.
kind of thing if we do that. And I'm okay withdrawing that if we can ask all the questions we want, debate this fully, ask the questions of the staff. That was my biggest fear on this one, Mayor.
Okay.
So I'm okay with that.
So as long as we get
Councillor
the
Christopherson?
process
Yeah,
down.
exactly,
Right,
yeah.
okay. Councillor Christopherson?
With the understanding that we can still debate and find information from staff and so on.
Good.
Yes,
Okay.
I'll accept the withdrawal.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I'll do that too.
Councillor, Mr. Smith?
And the last piece of information that I do want to provide is if you do feel that you require new further information, I don't want you to feel limited by the fact that no big deal, we go back to another public hearing. That isn't a problem.
Yep.
So don't feel hamstrung on that front either. Ask away, and if it feels like, you need to go get more information from BC Housing or the society or any other party for new information, it's always possible to continue. You just need to run another public hearing, which is not prohibitive. I don't want to make that seem like you're not allowed to do that.
And I wasn't suggesting that we can't go there either, but there's an opportunity to be able to debate and discuss and get our questions asked at this meeting tonight. So we now are looking at the first option, which is moving the bylaw 2311-2021 and 2294-2021 be returned to council for further consideration. I need a mover and a seconder. Councillor Fair and Councillor Luck. Now, any debate on this? Sounded like this is where we want to be. Okay. All in favor? Opposed? Looks like none. Okay. Thank you. That was a roundabout way of getting there, but we got there. So we are now back to our regular meeting, but I think we need a 10-minute break. So I would like to just, is the word postpone for 10 minutes or adjourn? Adjourn. We adjourn for 10 minutes and we are back at 10 to 9. Thank you. 8:50. Okay. we are now bringing this meeting back to order. And is it possible to change the order of the agenda at this point, Mr. Lewis?
You can always change the order of the agenda, Your Worship.
We have one lonely staff member sitting back there, and his only reason for being here is 9.3, which is the very end of the evening. I'd like to move that up to now, if we can. So all in, okay, and all in favor? Did we have a seconder?
No, Your Worship. Okay, that'll do.
Sky, the floor is yours. Don't say I don't do things for you anymore. Not that I think, I have never heard that before.
Fair enough, fair enough. Here to the subject of the Community Foundations of Canada Healthy Communities Initiative, Rotary and Central Park Trail Improvements and Connections. Recommendation that Council direct staff to apply for the Community Foundations of Canada Healthy Communities Initiative for the Rotary and Central Park Trail Improvements and Connections Project, and that Council direct staff to oversee project management and the management of funds that are awarded. I could get into background on this. Background is the trails in Rotary Park are in poor condition and in need of improvement. In recent years, low points on the pathway have pooled with water, causing users to walk along high points in the grass, an option that is not accessible for all ages and abilities. The current pathway is quite narrow, making it difficult for users to maintain physical distancing, as well as walk with kids and walkers, strollers. The narrow path is also challenging for snow removal equipment. In addition to improving and widening the existing pathway, there is an opportunity to connect the Rotary and Central Park pathways with the multi-use path on Vote Street in 2 places or locations. Along the new drainage ditch, the swale, to provide more route options in connecting to other parts of the parks, to Vote Street and to transit. And between the RCMP station and the bike park to create a safer connection at the north end of the Central Park pathway, which currently ends at the parking lot. Mr. Smith, you all right? On February 8th, 2021, the Community Foundations of Canada announced new funding through the Healthy Community Initiative, a $31 million investment from the Government of Canada to fund small infrastructure projects to create a safer, more vibrant, inclusive communities. The maximum funding amount is $250,000 and up to 100% of eligible costs. Healthy Communities Initiative project will respond to identify needs arising from impacts of COVID-19, create and adapt public spaces and programming services for public spaces in public interest, demonstrate consideration of and connections with the community, serve the general public or community disproportionately impacted by COVID-19, and fall within 3 Healthy Community Initiatives theme areas, which are safe and vibrant public spaces, improved mobility options, and digital solutions. The Rotary and Central Park Improvements and Connections. The Rotary and Connections project, consists of 3 key aspects and 2 phases. Phase 1, resurfacing, widening and improving the existing trails in Rotary Park that have been damaged from floodwaters and tree roots to create a smooth and safe surface with ample distancing for users of all ages and abilities participating in various modes of recreation. 2, addition of connecting trail that runs from the main arterial road and pathway, Vote Street, to the existing Rotary Park trails to provide better connectivity, access to transit, and more options for users to get active outside while practicing physical distancing. In 2020, the city completed a major structural flood mitigation project that raised the elevation of Vote Street. This project included other mitigation features to redirect a section of Vote Street stormwater away from the road and residences. The overland water conveyance feature or swale creates an opportunity to develop a multi-use connecting pathway between the multi-use path along Vote Street and Rotary Park trails. Phase 2, an addition of a connecting trail between the existing bike park and the RCMP station connecting the existing Central Park Trail to the Vote Street pathway to provide safe and improved connectivity. Currently, the trail ends and requires users to navigate traffic, including RCMP vehicles. The rationale and design details are provided in the attached grant application and preliminary design drawings. The total grant requested is $249,373. The total cost estimates, including 15% contingency and optional and provisional items, is $291,395. Additional operation costs were included in the grant budget template to demonstrate the city's commitment to community outreach and engagement with this project and show the cost associated with those activities. Options would be that council directs staff to apply for the Community Foundations of Canada Healthy Communities Initiative Grant for the Rotary and Central Park Trail project improvements and connections, and that council directs staff to oversee the project management and management of the funds that are awarded. 2, that council receive this report for information. Financial risk implications: if the city is awarded grant funds of $249,373, there is room to limit the contract amount and remove some of the optional items from the cost estimate. There will be a commitment from the city to engage in further community outreach activities to achieve some of the outcomes of the grant funding requirements, which can come from regular operating activities. There were several staff members consulted in this and creating and applying for this grant, including Stephanie Moore, grants coordinator.
And does anyone have any questions for Mr. McEwen? Councillor White.
So if the grant's limit is $250,000 and it's going to be $291, so the city has to pay the difference between the $250 and the $291? Is that what this is saying?
Councillor White, through your worship, yes, if it was, we are applying for a $250,000 or $249,000 grant, and if approved, the design of the project and the design for the funding in the application can be in phases. So we will be able to accomplish the phase 1 for the widening and resurfacing of those areas, as well as one section of trail, new trail. And phase 2 would be approximately $49,000 that we could, down the road, we'd have a shelf-ready plan for it, but it wouldn't be something that would be done, would have to go into the budget process as a capital item to finish off.
Okay, thanks.
Welcome.
Any other questions for Mr. McEwen? So phase 2, not necessarily this year, along with the grant, unless something magical happens. Mr. Smith.
I do want to make sure that council is very clear on what the project is and what it isn't as well. There are portions connecting, as Sky said, Central Park to Rotary Park, but the bridge, I shouldn't say the bridge, the area that runs along the north portion of Central Park, just kind of at the base of the hill.
The RCMP side?
That is not being proposed to be redone as part of this grant application. We are aware that does need to be redone, and so I think that if it came to it, we might be able to bundle that with this second project. So we're looking at some potential options to have it, but just given the size of the grant, there's only so far that you can go and things that you can do with it. So to give you an idea that this likely won't be the last time we make a crack at something with this trail.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Councillor White.
In a situation like this where there's an overrun, can another grant be applied for down the road for that second phase?
Councillor, through your worship, potentially, yes. It would be, all avenues of grant opportunities would be explored at that time for that, yep.
So we're not committed that the city would be responsible for that overrun?
No, in this section, we'd be looking for the support for the $249,373 100% grant.
Yeah, that one, but the project's $291, so the difference, another grant could be applied for that
Potentially,
balance.
Down the
Okay.
road, yep. Yes.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Seeing no, oh, we've got one. Councillor Etchart.
Well, it's not a, my only question is how long have the trails been there so far? Because it seems like probably, like anything, you have to do maintenance, and even if we have to find,
Is this a question? Because we're not in debate yet. We're questioning staff.
so my question then is how old are the trails? Because is this the first time that they've been really touched since the park was built in 91-ish?
Councillor Eshart, through your worship, I do not know the exact age of them. I can tell you I volunteered to build them when I first started with the city and Public Works.
Okay.
But I can tell you that they have never been repaved
Yeah.
since they were built.
They've held up well.
Any other questions for staff? Hearing none, I need a motion as recommended, that staff direct staff to apply for the Community Foundations of Canada Healthy Communities Initiative for the Rotary and Central Park Trail Improvements and Connections Project, and that council directs staff to oversee project management and the management of funds that are awarded. So Councillor and White, I'm Christopherson and White. Sorry, it's going to be a late one. And now we can debate. And if there is no debate, we will ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we can go back. There are no delegations or recognitions. We're looking at unfinished business, 7.1, the Airport Advisory Committee membership. And I'm going to ask Councillor Christopherson to introduce this. Oh, or, okay, he's going, Mr. Lois is saying, I've got it.
Sorry, Your Worship. This one is purely a piece of housekeeping after you discussed two applicants at the last closed session of council. There were two applicants for two vacancies, and now you just need to appoint them in open session. So this is something that you've already discussed.
And so did you want to make a motion then, Councillor Christopherson? Okay, and I need a seconder. Councillor Luck. And anybody want to speak to this? Oh, guess I should help you out there, sorry.
Yeah, the airport committee, I'm very pleased with how they're working, but it's been a work in progress throughout the pandemic, because it's certainly not as easy to meet face to face. And the committee has really worked hard to try to do research and make suggestions separately, and then bring them to the committee as almost completed work. So really pleased with it, but we were running a little short-handed. We had two members that were not able to complete staying on the committee, and had two vacancies. And these two gentlemen were brought to the attention by committee members, and both have extensive experience in the aviation field. So the recommendation was that they would be able to provide information for the committee. So I'm pleased to have their names there.
Thank you. And anybody else have anything to say? I'm going to ask the question. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. Okay. Okay, so we're into bylaws now. 8.1, the official community plan amendment. And Mr. MacArthur, can you give us the staff report on that, please?
Thank you, Your Worship. So this application pertains to 2320 Hamilton Hill Road, which is one piece of the envisioned Gateway 286 developments. The applicant is proposing to amend official community plan to change the land use designation of the subject property from future development to comprehensive residential commercial. The applicant is also proposing to amend the zoning bylaw to change the zoning from large parcel residential R1A and agricultural AR1 to comprehensive development CD2. The official community plan generally supports the proposed development. Section 5.4.6 of the OCP outlines policy direction for establishing development at Gateway 286, including commercial and medium-density residential. The area is also within the Highway Corridor Gateway Development Permit Area, which encourages multi-story buildings and mixed-use commercial. The applicant has created a proposed new comprehensive development zone, which would be called CD2, which is included in your report packages as attachment E. Unlike other rezoning applications that you've heard in the recent months, which involve rezoning existing zones, comprehensive development policies are specific to the proposed development, and so that's why the applicant has created the proposed zone. This enables council to consider aspects of the proposed development that normally would be considered at later stages of development, which, of course, with a lot of our rezonings lately, we've been discussing those issues anyways. But those issues are actually fair game when we're talking about comprehensive development rezoning. The housing needs report indicates that there's a need of housing options in the community, especially for seniors, and it's notable that the sales strategy of the developer is to market the housing in this development to seniors. Meanwhile, the active transportation plan identifies the Hamilton Hill and as well as the main road within the development as future cycling routes. The form of those paths would be determined at subdivision stage. Speaking of cycling and hiking as well, the Goaty Creek Trail Network, of course, is very popular by both our residents and visitors to the community alike. And maintaining access to the trailheads in that area, as well as connectivity between the trailheads and the planned cycle routes identified in the active transportation plan would be important. Notably, the Lower Easy Rider Trail currently passes through the subject property. Staff have encouraged the developer to work with the Merritt Mountain Biking Association to find a solution on maintaining or relocating the trail. Staff will also request that the developer include some form of transit access, such as a bus loop within the proposed development. Negotiations with BC Transit in future to create a new bus route or to extend an existing bus route to the Gateway 286 area would be important, especially as there's expected to be many seniors living in the development there. So, speaking of transportation, the developer is conducting a traffic impact assessment, and that has had input from both the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure as well as staff at the City of Merritt. And that study, when it's completed, will of course guide traffic and transportation improvements in the area. Fire coverage and fire wildfire as well are both considerations that you'll need to consider. Fire coverage modeling might need to be revised because our current planning did not necessarily envision this, although Gateway 286 project has been outlined in previous OCPs, but because there's currently no residents there, we may need to do further modeling to determine whether the proposed southeast fire station would be needed in future, for example. The Clapperton Avenue section between Sage Place and Band Street may also need to be constructed, especially if there's a fire station located in that area of the city, so that fire trucks have direct access to the highway to head out to exit 286. And The subject property is within the development permit number 4, wildfire hazard, and at the committee of the whole meeting last week, staff outlined that additional areas in the exit 286 area would be identified in the new OCP. So the wildfire hazard areas would be expanded in that area. The developer has provided a package of information, which is also in your report package. As attachment F, and that includes information about the proposed development and the character of the proposed development. The proposal currently is to include up to a maximum of 450 residential units, as well as a 100-room hotel casino. And the planned build-out for the project is expected to be 20 years. Notably, the hotel casino would be planned to be in the second 10-year period. So residential in the first 10 years, the other half of the residential in the second with the hotel casino in years 11 to 20. Staff have also requested that the developer include park space in the proposed development. While the proposed CD zone, the site plan for the CD2 zone, does not denote the location of said park space. The CD2 zone regulations do include park as a permitted use, and staff will be working with the developer to require the 5% legislated requirement for park dedication, and that would be at subdivision stage that would occur. While the rezoning stage is more involved with this comprehensive development process, there are subsequent stages of development that would occur as per normal development processes. And of course, following rezoning is the subdivision stage, if rezoning were to be approved. At the subdivision stage, all servicing requirements, including the local area service that I'll speak to momentarily, would be considered, along with road improvements, water and sanitary connections, and various technical studies, including traffic impact that I mentioned, geotechnical, archaeological, etc. One of the conditions of the subdivision would also be a development permit, as it is within a development permit area, and considerations such as the building sightings, facade design, landscaping, lighting, parking, etc. would be addressed under a development permit. Following the completion of development permit, the final stage of development is the building permit process. As mentioned, this is one half of the Gateway 286 development that is envisioned in the OCP. The former visitor center that is just west of this subject property is also slated for a proposed rezoning and also an ALR exclusion application. So those would be coming to council at a future date. And as mentioned, the proposed development would require sewer and water services to be upgraded and extended out to the area. And as such, the two property owners of the Gateway 286 area have petitioned the city for a local area service for installation of those water and sanitary service connections. The estimated costs of borrowing for the city would be about $7.5 million for the extension of services to the area. And a proposed loan authorization bylaw for the local area service will be presented to council for consideration later this evening, and Mr. Anderson, I believe, is presenting that report. There are options for amendments to the proposed CD2 zone, so if council are not comfortable with all aspects or certain aspects of the proposed rezoning, amendments could be made at second reading, as detailed further in the staff report. If any amendments are desired, staff could assist with drafting the language for those motions. And one note related to the amendments, the developer did indicate a sentence of the report that could require revision, and that says that with regard to the height of the hotel casino, that the hotel casino may not be financially viable at 3 stories, whereas the report says would not be financially viable. So he wanted to just clarify that grammatical choice of words there. So with that, I'll pass it back over to your worship, and staff are here at the pleasure of council to answer any questions that you may have about the proposed rezoning.
Okay, and I'm opening it up for questions. Councillor Fair.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Very thorough report. At one point, you mentioned that the northern portion is currently zoned agricultural AR1, but not agricultural land reserves. So I just wanted to point that out because I think that often represents some confusion. So could you maybe explain just a little bit about the difference between those two designations?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fair, through the chair. Yes, so the AR1 zoning is a municipal zoning class that we have, which identifies agricultural land that the city has designated as such, whereas the agricultural land reserve is the provincial area that is designated for agricultural uses. And quite often those two overlap, but they do not need to overlap. And in fact, there are times when the ALR encompasses land that's not zoned for agricultural, which is the case, of course, of the visitor center property, which will be coming to council in future. So the ALR is the agricultural land reserve area is lands that have been designated by the provincial government to preserve agricultural uses within the province. But it's notable that this particular property is not within the ALR. So the city has zoned a portion of the property in the past for agricultural use, but it is not designated as such under the province. So I hope that provides a clarity between the two.
I think so. I think that that explains it. So thank you.
Any other questions for staff? Councillor White.
Where is the piece of property that we're actually talking about?
So, thank you, Councillor White, through the chair. It is just east of the old visitor center, out by exit 286. So if you head up Hamilton Hill Road to the east, which is that gravel road that is parallel to the Okanagan connector.
The old Aspen Grove Road.
Yeah, you go across the cattle grate there and just up the little knoll, and that's the property on the right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
In talking about the local area service, we take this on, what happens, worst case scenario, that the project goes bankrupt, either one? Mr. Smith. Whoops. Councillor White? Can I have you turn your mic off, please? Thank you.
It's a hugely important question, but I think that it's a question that would probably be best suited for the local area service.
Okay.
Because it's a separate set of bylaws
Yes.
that comes up later in the meeting. So if this one we can keep to the OCP and the rezoning, it'll
I'm
just
good
make
with that, as long as you park it and let me know what that answer is.
Deal.
Thank you. And Councillor Luck, did you have, now that I got everyone to shut their mics off?
Mr. McCarthy, if you could give a little bit of clarity around the applicant has indicated they would support a reduction in density to 350 dwellings versus 450 dwellings. What was the rationale thinking around that? Just a little clarity on that for us, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Luck, through the chair. The applicant has indicated that if council's not comfortable with the density as proposed, that they would be willing to reduce the density. So it's for them something that they're open to, and I know that having spoken with the applicant, the property owner himself is in favor of that. So if that's something that you're wanting to do, or if you think the density is too high as proposed, that's something that's possible. To note, though, this is a very large piece of land, so what's being proposed sounds like a large number of units. When you look at it as density per hectare, it's actually not high density, it's actually low density.
And that was what I was wondering about. How many acres was that again?
The property itself, I believe, is
Sorry.
Yeah, the property itself we have here, I'm just gonna get you the
Yeah,
exact
sorry, I missed
number.
it. I thought
It's
you,
26.1 hectares.
26.
64.5 acres.
Yeah,
64
What's the
64.5 acres.
26.1?
Hectares.
Yeah, that's hectares is
So
just over
acres
26 hectares,
7
65
acre per
acres.
acre, so we're well within reasonable limits for low density there, at even 450, right? I'm trying to get my head wrapped around that, so, okay.
That's
I
correct.
think that, yeah, I was looking at the number and everything. Okay, good, thank you.
So how many acres did you say? Sorry.
You can round it to 65.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's half the size of the Tolko site,
More or less.
approximately.
Yeah.
Councillor White.
For the fire hall, so if we have to build another fire hall on the, what does it say, the south, down south there, what happens to the fire hall that's planned for the north end of town?
Thank you, Councillor White. And I don't want to speak for the fire department, but of course we've done a study where 2 sites, in addition to the existing fire hall, have been identified for potential future fire halls. One is near the airport, as you're alluding to, and the other is in the southeast of the community. I believe that's referred to as Pooley in our city documents, but whether it would be on Pooley Avenue, it would be depending on land availability in that area. But this is being identified for council because the number of units in that southeast area, combined with planned industrial expansion in the south of the city, as well as development in Diamondvale, could potentially trigger the need for that Pooley or southeast fire hall, as has been identified in city documentation in the past. But a further study would be needed to determine whether that would be triggered by this development or by future developments such as the Tolko lands.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Smith?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to add one brief piece of information on that as well. I think that Don said it might trigger it. Exit 286 development would, for sure be the trigger for a southeast fire hall. What I think that we would need to do is, if development does move forward on those sites, I think updating the fire hall location to study to be able to determine if a 2 fire hall or a 3 fire hall model is really going to be necessary, and making sure that we're having the most efficient use of resources is going to be the important and prudent step. The city already owns land in the airport for a potential fire hall there, but that would be less suitable for servicing these parcels. So I think that that's a fantastic question, and if it does look like development is going to happen at 286 imminently, it's going to kind of jumpstart, I think, a little bit of the fire planning and make it a little bit higher priority to locate potential land in that southeast area that would service it.
Councillor Christopherson?
Thank you. I just need a little bit of a memory refresher. When was that area brought into the city limits, and when was the property purchased? Do we have that information?
Everyone's looking at everyone else.
Yeah,
Councillor
thank
Richard.
Thank you, Councillor Christopherson. I don't have the answer to that question at this time. We can certainly look into it. I know that, of course, it's been identified as in the OCP since at least 2004, and it's been in the city for quite a long time. So, but I can get the exact answer for you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
When did the city get the lilacs?
What's that?
When did the city get the lilacs? The big lilac drive?
2005, 2004, 2005.
Probably around that time. Any other questions for staff? Okay, then we're ready to go on. I think most of my questions have all been answered. I'm just The water reservoir. I need that answered as to what, there's questions in the community about our water. Are we looking at the balancing well for the reservoir, or are we looking at a new reservoir for the area?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, so the servicing plans have not been finalized, but these are being discussed between the engineers for both Gateway 286 partners as well as the city. And so we're working towards a final plan for that, but being that this is the rezoning stage,
Right.
those discussions have not progressed to the point of having final decisions on all of the servicing. And of course, the local area service speaks to extending the water and sewer to the area. And there are sort of preferred routes for that. But in regards to the reservoir and the balancing station, as you mentioned, which is to the north of this area, that planning would all, really that's the subdivision stage is where a lot of that would be finalized. But
Okay.
yeah,
But-
we're in the planning stages, the beginning stages of that.
So you're looking at negotiating with the developer? Okay. And
And I think Mr. Smith has a little bit of additional info on the finances possibly around that.
Mr. Smith?
Only to say that, again, it's part of the local area service petition, and I'm not going to push it because I understand that these are invariably connected.
Okay.
But if you look at their local area service petition documents, page 6 kind of talks about their cost estimates, and one of their cost estimates did set out reservoir. So
Okay.
again, exact finalized information isn't there, but our understanding is they are going to need a higher elevation reservoir to be able to service and provide the necessary water pressures given the elevations of this area. So
Okay.
that's our understanding for right now.
Okay, that answer works for me. Thank you. Councillor Luck?
Oh, just one last question, Mr. MacArthur. We've been doing a lot of zoning bylaws, and we're, the community's reminding us that on a regular basis and pushing things through. But just a reminder, this has been in the works for, about 20 years, this development up on that hill, right? So this is coming back again to council and again to the community and everything. So I'm going to start asking you a question because it's really, really important, I think, as we move forward here and the time that we spend on some of these development and everything and the money and all that spend is, what do you think your confidence level is for this project moving forward? When your discussions, did I put you on this? I hope I didn't put you on the spot, but I'm going to have to because, we're getting a lot of things happening in our community and everything, and people say, oh, not again, here's another one, and this and that, it's happening all the time. I just wanted to get a feeling of what your confidence level is and how you feel with this developer moving this one forward now.
Thank you,
I'm sorry for putting you on the spot.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Luck, through the chair. Yes, staff wouldn't want to speak for the intentions or the wherewithal of developers, et cetera, but what I can say is that I believe this is the furthest that this proposed Gateway 286 project has ever come. We're actually seeing a local area service bylaw being presented where the lands for the other development have been transferred by the Crown to that other property ownership group. There is an ALR exclusion application at the province for that development. This developer has put in a lot of time and effort into designing a rezoning application for your review. And they've already started clearing land, as some people in the community have noted. So I would say that this is probably closer than it's been in the past, but that's as far as I could probably go with that.
No, and I like that answer. I didn't expect 50 or 60% of percentage or anything, but I like your answer there. I'm feeling a lot more comfortable about that then as we continue to move forward with it. Thanks.
And I have another question. Reference to the 3-story, is that in the OCP or in the zoning?
Thank you, Your Worship. That's in the OCP. So it talks about multi-story, it talks about mixed use and density and all of that, but it also specifically uses the word 3-story at one point. So if you wanted to approve something otherwise, then we would be looking to amend that.
After first reading, before second?
We could do that either at second reading. I think we we added it to the bylaw, so you're already covered there.
No, what do you mean you added it to the bylaw?
The bylaw talks about changing the land use designation in the OCP, but also the 3-story provision, that sentence, basically eliminating that sentence from the OCP.
So you've already got it in, we don't have to add it to the recommended?
If you look at attachment A, the
Yeah.
OCP bylaw, your worship, section 3, the amendments is to amend section 5.4.6.2.8 of
Okay.
the official community plan is amended to remove the words "and 3 stories." Again, part of that was because it was fairly ambiguous as to whether it was referencing the commercial or the residential when they
Yep.
were saying the "and 3 stories." So if council is supportive of the development, then it is baked into the OCP already.
Okay. And the reason I was asking, because I didn't know what a 100-room hotel looked like, but the Best Western is 83 rooms, from what I understand, so it's somewhere around that size. I had to go there in order to figure it out, so, okay. We are looking then for a mover and a seconder that council give first reading to the official community plan amendment bylaw number 2310, 2021. Okay, so Luck and White, and any debate on this? Okay, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. And that council gives second reading to the official community plan amendment bylaw number 2310, 2021. Christofferson and Etchart, and any debate on this? Call question, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. Got to be quick, Councillor Christofferson.
I just wanted to stand.
Okay, I need a mover and seconder that council give first reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2311, 2021. Etchart and Fair, and any debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. And that council gives second reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2311, 2021. I think it was Christofferson, Etchart and Christofferson. Now, this is the place, I believe, that we have to look at, if we're going to look at reduction of density, that this is where it would be as an amendment to this. Is that correct? Zoning, Mr. Smith?
Can be done at third reading as well, so long as it's with the consent of the owner.
Okay.
But this is a perfectly acceptable opportunity to do that, depending on whether you want public feedback on the existing iteration or you want their feedback on the already reduced iteration.
And
So-
knowing that we can do it at third reading because it's with the developer's approval, then we don't really need to do it here. Are we okay with that? Okay. So I'm going to call the question. All in favor? Approved, opposed, none? And that was a 4, yeah, okay. We passed that one. I'm not even sure carried is the word I want. Okay, good grief. Sorry, I'm getting tired. And that council directs staff to schedule a public hearing. Okay, that was Luck and Christofferson. And no debate, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. And I'm really excited about this public hearing. So moving on to, now I didn't click fast enough here, just give me a sec here. Okay, now we're looking at the official community plan amendment for bylaw 2302, 2021. And Mr. Smith, you're
Just wondering, since 9.1 on the local area service bylaw and the loan authorization bylaw is connected to the Exit 286 development.
Do you want to rush to
We
do that one now?
could have structured it that way, but if council wants to talk about it while it's still top of mind before we move on to the next one, because I imagine the next one's going to be a longer
Okay,
discussion.
I'm ready to look at 9.1, local area service, loan bylaw 2307, 2021, Gateway 286 extension of services. And we need a motion to change the,
So moved to adjust the agenda.
so Luck and Fair to adjust, and all in favor? Well, wait till Councillor White understands what the issue is. Okay, and we're all in favor then. So yes, we will move into 9.1, local area service, and Mr. Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. It is probably the best time to start talking about this. I know we wanted to jump into this right away. We did have a couple of bylaws to go through here, and you'll notice that the numbering sequence isn't quite one after the other, because we realized at a later time that we needed to get the local area service bylaw ahead of the loan authorization bylaw. So that's why the numbering you'll see is 2312 and 2307. But we are doing the 2312 first before the 2307.
I'm not even sure any one of us noticed the numbering change.
Yeah, so Adam might have noticed that, yes.
Staff may have noticed it. But I'm not talking for all of council. And Councillor Etchard is looking at me like he knew it.
Okay. Normally, you'll see these one after the other. The background on this, and Mr. MacArthur gave some background on this as well. There has been a petition by the owners of the properties at Gateway 286 for a local area service for the installation of water and sewer to connect to their future developments. There is a certification that will be needed, that will need from our corporate officer certifying that there was sufficient petition as one of the required steps to obtain inspector approval as per section 179. And I'll go through some of the steps here on what happens after these bylaws get adopted. So the estimated costs, $7,554,000 is the extension of services for Gateway 286 as put forward in their engineering reports, broken down by water and sewer, and their current proposal of how they're going to connect into our water system and existing sewer systems. As mentioned under section 217, it does not require the approval of electors, similar to what we did with the fire hall expansion. There are two property owners here, and it's been proposed by a petition signed by both property owners. And they are the ones that will be receiving the benefit, and as I mentioned, they've been identified in the attached petition. Percentages have been provided for the property values for each of the properties, and we'll go through that when we get into the specific bylaws. So the request for borrowing all goes through Thompson-Nicola Regional District, and there is a spring and fall session. We hit the spring session with the fire hall borrowing earlier this year, so we are it's currently with Municipal Finance Authority at this point, but it's gone through the required steps. As you recall, we did a municipal security issue-in resolution, which went to the TNRD, and then from there it goes to MFA. So we are trying to line up with the fall issue deadline, and that is a late summer TNRD meeting that we would have to hit to get the full amount of this borrowing at that point. Full, or it could even be a portion of the borrowing, depending on whether both parties want to go through the full borrowing. Some of them may want to pay in advance, commuted value if you like, so that option is available to them. So it's one of several steps, this loan authorization bylaw and local area service bylaw here. The next steps along the way to getting this through, as I mentioned, the corporate officer certification of the petition. We need to provide a liability servicing limit certificate, and I'll talk about the numbers on that in a minute. We need to have the project identified in our financial plan. So the plan that we'll be reviewing next week will have the project identified in there, and the borrowing in that as well. How this will be funded, and the petition identified that it will be through a property value tax, or sometimes called a parcel tax. And we have that on other properties in town where we've done things like water reservoir additions. Those are parcel taxes. The capital budget for the project, so the engineering, all of the stuff that they provided in there, the capital budget of the $7.5 million, which does include contingencies as well. As mentioned, the cost recovery, this will be done through taxation in the form of a parcel tax. We'll include reports, our reports, consultants' reports. We'll provide BC assessment information for the properties and the electoral approval, the petition. So that's the process that we have to go through, and it takes a number of weeks to get it to the next step, especially the step of providing it to the inspector of municipalities and having them review it. That is one of the longest steps in the process, can take up to 6 weeks. The financial risks and implications of the borrowing, even though it is covered by a parcel tax, it does impact our liability servicing limit, and I'm just going to give you a bit of a breakdown on that. The request is for up to 30 years, so what we're looking at here with the costs that have been provided is the $7.5 million over a 30-year period. The debt servicing cost would be $402,000 per year. That is principal and interest. That's based on a 2.7% interest rate that the MFA suggests we use for a 30-year period, although current 10-year rates are about 2.1% right now. It gets refinanced after every 10-year period. So based on our 2019 revenues, which were $14.694 million, our liability servicing limit is $3.6 million, which is 25% of our annual revenues. Our current liability servicing costs, which include the most recent long-term debt that we procured for the fire pumper tender, is, that was a short-term debt, pardon me, is $1.1 million, which is about 31% of our allowable limit. With the addition of this bylaw, our servicing costs would increase to $1.5 million, which would be approximately 42% of our limit. This would leave us a capacity of about $40 million in borrowing capacity to make up that $2.1 million. And we don't want to get there. We don't want to be at 100% of our liability servicing limit, but just to give you a perspective on what's available. Not many municipalities tend to go beyond 50 to 60% of their limit. So we would be at 42% on that. Some factors that would impact our servicing limit increasing. Obviously, if 2020 or 2021 or 2022 has higher revenues, that's the basis for the limit. They take 25% of your annual revenues, so an increase in revenues. I am not sure 2020 is going to be a lot bigger than 2019 due to COVID, but there is that option that it will get a higher limit due to the higher revenues. We do have some short-term debt that is dropping off, so that'll help, and some of those loans are expiring in 2021. Most of our long-term debt is about 2027 when it starts to drop off. And we do have a couple of additions to our short-term loans as well. A hydrovac truck, which was approved in the 2020 capital plan, will be coming on in 2021. And then we have in our 2021 capital plan a sander truck as well. We will start to see the revenue in 2022 from this. So the parcel tax that gets added on will be effective in 2022 for those parcels that are part of this agreement. So that will directly hit our revenue numbers as well. So that'll increase by $400,000 right away. So what we are looking at here today is, first of all, to review the local area service bylaw. And give, I think our numbering might be off on that one. 2307, that's where our numbering came off there a bit. I think that's 2312, our local area servicing bylaw. And then we will look at the local area servicing, or pardon me, loan authorization bylaw 2307. The first line there was just, didn't include the 2312. The concomitant loan authorization bylaw. So those are the options today, is to not proceed with the local area service and concomitant loan authorization bylaw 2307 at this time, or to give the first three readings to the local area service agreement bylaw 2312, 2021, and loan authorization bylaw 2307, 2021. Borrowing for the estimated cost to provide water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286.
Okay, and can we look at that parked question? Mr. Smith, on bankruptcy?
There's two things that I wanted to add. I will answer that question, but I will do it after I provide one piece of information here. I will say that this loan authorization bylaw allows for borrowing up to that amount. We would need to come back to council for what's called a municipal security issuing resolution. So there is an opportunity, and one of the items that's still outstanding is one of the parties may be looking to commute payment or to have short-term debt instead of long-term debt in order to bridge and fairly significantly reduce that amount, up to around $3 million. So it may not be that there is a full 7 by the time it comes back to council, depending on the way that funding works out for one of the parties. So I do want to at least put that out there that this is setting up a theoretical maximum, but it may not be that high when it actually comes back at the at the next stage. The second point is, you asked what if everybody goes belly up, is the short of it. Basically, this is, think of it as an additional tax that's added on to the property. So this will form part of the annual taxes that they pay. They'll pay their normal taxes plus this. Well, it'll be split between the parcels. In the allocation that you saw in the local area service, I think it was 5842?
644.
Yeah, now I'm going to mess up the exact percentages, but forgive me. So they will have a value split that will be attached to each parcel that they will be required to pay. If they fail to make payment on that over a series of years, it goes first, which one is first, delinquent or?
It goes into arrears, it goes delinquent, and then it goes to a tax sale.
Correct. Thank you very much, Wayne.
Yeah.
So it ultimately falls into the default tax sale process, and so any tax bill that is outstanding would be covered through the tax sale process at that point. So that's ultimately the municipality's security against local area services not meeting their obligations in that regard.
Thank you. Councillor Christopherson.
Thank you. Would we be considering this extension out to the Gateway area, 286, if the projects were not a factor? I guess what I'm asking is if this is primarily to service the projects out around 286, and we're going to be having a public hearing on that, would we be considering this if we don't approve the project?
Mr. MacArthur.
Thank you, Councillor Christopherson, through the chair. You're quite right that this particular local area service is to service the two proposed developments at that area, and there aren't any other proposed developments at this time. There could be additional developments in that area. There are other parcels within the exit 286 area, but a lot of the land near the Coquihalla is in the agricultural land reserve. So you're quite right to make that connection, that the servicing would be primarily for these two developments, the one that we're considering or just considered earlier this evening, and the other that would be planned to come to council at a future date.
So my question is basically, should we be looking at this before this comes to a public meeting? Because I'd like to hear from the public how they feel about those developments, or is this homework that we need to do anyways?
Yeah, and I should add, there are time requirements for the local area service bylaw and the MFA, et cetera, so I'll maybe Mr. Smith would like to speak to those time requirements.
I think, if I'm understanding this, it's really a matter of timing in relation to the developments, is you aren't wanting to issue funds for something that may end up not being passed that the public may not be in support of. Is that the overarching concern, Councillor Christopherson?
Yes.
What I can say is both of the developments, before there's a municipal security issuing resolution, I'm going to get that down by the time this meeting is done. I do think it's advisable that both of those applications would be before council, so you have an idea as to what they are. Timing is going to be tight for one of the applicants, I think, in particular with that. And so if there is, we would have to bring back some alternative options if it was the case that one of them needed, or let me just back this up. There's no expectation of council to approve these until you've approve the debt until you've approved the developments. And the developments will require public input. So what I'm getting at is, even if you approve the authorization of this debt right now, or as part of a future subsequent meeting, before you actually commit to borrowing that debt, both of the developments would have been heard at public hearing and adopted at the council
So
table.
basically, doing our homework ahead of time isn't committing us to.
Correct. This is
Signing
just
anything.
authorizing borrowing should it be required. Unless you make that security issuing resolution, it is really of no effect.
Yeah, through to Councillor Christopherson, through the mayor. The borrowing request here for the $7.5 million, a loan authorization bylaw, secures that for us at a future date. It does not have to be the fall session where we go for that loan. We can actually get temporary borrowing under a loan authorization bylaw. So if this bylaw is in place, we can get temporary borrowing for up to 5 years, which would then roll on to this loan authorization bylaw in the future. It could be spring of next year, it could be fall of next year. So we have the opportunity to go out for short-term borrowing. That gives time for the property owners as well. If one of them wants to commute the value, they have some time to do that. And then we also have time to determine whether the 7.5 is the number, to make sure that that is sufficient in order for them to complete the project. We don't want to be in a situation where they are halfway through it and they realize it's more, or maybe it's less and they don't require it all. So it gives us that opportunity. So even though I mentioned in the report that we want to try to hit a fall deadline, we may not worry about that fall deadline so much. We'll go through the process and we'll do some short-term borrowing along the way. And then like the fire hall, it took us 1.5 years to get to the actual MSRI on the borrowing there because we self-funded it.
And all loans through MFA go through the regional districts. So it's the regional district that actually says, yeah, I'm willing to put up the collateral or whatever for this particular loan for a municipality within the regional district. So that process also has to happen long before it hits MFA. And it can still hit TNRD without having, no, I guess it can't. It pretty well has to have all the details together by the time it hits TNRD. And MFA only meets twice a year. That's in March and September. So
we're just getting our ducks in a row.
Yeah, we're just getting our ducks in a row. And looking at the potential for holding that spot for us if in fact we need it. And then it's there and ready, and otherwise we can pull it and it's not an issue. I think it was Councillor White next, and then Councillor Luck.
I just want to clarify that the $7 million is that will be the cap of the loan? Like, it won't be any larger than that?
Can't be.
Not without any further council approvals. This is authorization up to that amount, and we understand from their engineering that that's what they anticipate the project to cost. So it's always theoretically possible that they could come to council and say, we were wrong and it's going to be 9.6. We would like to go for another round, but they would need your authority and approval to do that. So yes, for this and what you're approving right now, that is absolutely the cap.
Okay, can I ask one more that kind of goes with this? So on the property that was given to them through the government, there's no financing on that property, or like they don't owe any money on it, or?
I think you're referring to the other kind of developments by them when you're asking that.
Okay, so we're on two different.
Well, they're partners to the local area service.
3 partners.
You will. That's part of why we're setting this up now. I think that speaking very candidly, they are exploring options to commute their payment, and I understand that some of that might be with the assistance of potential federal funding if it's available, or other development partners. So I think that they're looking at what their financial options would be in relation to this parcel tax.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Luck.
Yeah, and how does that work now? Because even this, we're going to be taking this up into that 286 exit and everything. Is there going to be latecomer charges? Because there's going to be some development possibly along the route of the sewer and water moving forward there, right? So would there be latecomer charges? Somebody wants to tap on that later or something, Mr. MacArthur? Or?
Thank you, Councillor Luck, through the chair. Latecomers are always an option for us to explore. I'm not sure that it's something that would be useful in this particular situation, but because the main two developers are at the table at the local area service agreement here, and so the one issue, of course, as well is that the services are traversing in the case of the sanitary through the Joyasco Reserve, so that's not city land, so we're not able to do anything there with latecomers. And the other, it would go mainly through River Ranch. So again, so I don't think that's really a useful tool in this particular case.
Okay. Yeah, just wanted to ask a question. Thank you.
I think ultimately, if there ever was anyone that was added to the services, it would likely be Lower Nicola Indian Band through the Joyasco Reserve. That being said, there's nothing imminent. That's not part of what's being proposed right now, but it could theoretically happen where the city, the infrastructure is going to run by it. So if there was a request for those services to be provided, it would be a separate agreement, and costs would be dealt with through that mechanism.
I'll just ask. Thank you.
Okay, there doesn't look like there's any more questions. So, or debate. I'm not sure what part we're in. Okay, I am going to ask that a mover and a seconder that water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 Local Area Service Bylaw 2312-2021 be read a first time. Etchart Luck. And anybody want to speak to this? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 Local Area Service Bylaw 2312-2021 be read a second time. Etchart and White, and nobody wanting to jump in and speak, so all in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 Local Area Service Bylaw 2312-2021 be read a third time. Etchart, Fair. All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that loan authorization bylaw 2307-2021 borrowing for the estimated costs to provide water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 be read a first time. So Christopherson and White, and no questions, all in favor? Opposed, none. And that loan authorization bylaw 2307, 2021, borrowing for the estimated cost to provide water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 be read a second time. So Etchart and Fair. Again, all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. And that loan authorization bylaw 2307, 2021, borrowing for the estimated cost to provide water and sanitary sewer services to Gateway 286 be read a third time. Luck and Etchart. And all in favor? Opposed, none, carried. Wow, that was good. I thought it was going to take a little longer, that one. Now we have, did we need to go to 8.2, or did we just do that? No, we didn't. Official community plan amendment on, oh, this is the Springbank. So, introduction by Mr. MacArthur.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I'm going to try to keep my report a little bit shorter, given the time. As mentioned, this is for 2640 Springbank Avenue, and for Council to consider third reading to both the OCP Amendment Bylaw 2302, which would revise the land use designation from future development to residential, and the zoning amendment bylaw number 2294, which would rezone the subject property from institutional public use P2 to high density residential. Of course, first and second readings of the amending bylaws were given in January, on January 26th, and the public hearing was held earlier this evening, of course. So the official community plan itself has a number of aspects to it that relate to the proposed development, but I'll just cover a couple of them here for us. Of course, there is the wording around the general sort of aspects which somewhat support the development, but there are specific language contained in section 5.4.5.2 on page 49 of the OCP, and that states that it's council policy to preserve the residential character of the area within this neighborhood and direct commercial, institutional, and recreational uses along the Vote Street corridor. Point 2, which is encourage mixed density residential development that complements the scale and character of the surrounding neighborhoods. And point 3, encourage mixed density residential on the land south of Irvine Avenue and north of the Nicola River. So these points in the OCP are very clearly supporting both residential but also mixed density residential in the area that is that the subject property is located in. It's also important to note that the development permit areas that are contained within the OCP identifies the subject property as multi-family residential development. So there has been intent since at least 2004, because the 2004 and 2011 OCPs have had that development permit area designation on the subject property. So the intent has been multifamily residential as per the OCP. The zoning bylaw, of course, as we've discussed, there are other properties within the area that are zoned for high density and medium density residential, but a significant amount of the neighborhood is currently lower density residential, including most of the area in Irvine Avenue and Forksdale areas, as well as further down Springbank Avenue, and the townhome strata development next door is a mixture of single-family duplex and townhomes, actually. So it's a mixture of low and medium density residential. So there's a significant amount of low density already established within the neighborhood. So if the OCP is directing to have a mix of densities, then ensuring that there are medium and high density residential in the neighborhood would also be important as per the OCP. I do also want to speak to the housing needs report. I did allude to earlier during the public hearing that there is a number of findings and recommendations in the housing needs report that relate to this particular project, and I'll detail a few of those here. 3 of the 5 key findings of the housing needs report are relevant to this proposal. First, that senior populations are rapidly growing, and of course this development would include at least 50% of the units for seniors, for elders, and of course we saw the video submission of elders speaking to that point. The second finding is that renting households are more frequent and less able to meet their housing needs, and of course this is rental housing. And also that non-market and supportive housing is widely needed, and of course this would be non-market housing. The recommendations of the housing needs report, out of those 5 key recommendations, 4 of them directly relate to this development. Firstly, promote and protect housing affordability in the market, and of course an affordable housing project does just that. And there's sub points to that as well: improve availability of affordable rentals and encourage development of purpose-built rental and smaller and denser units in all residential neighborhoods. So those points also speak to specifically to this project. Expand non-market and supportive housing options is another recommendation of the report, and both to specifically expand those options, which this would do, as well as facilitate non-market development on underutilized and vacant land. So again, that directly relates to this particular project, as that it is on an underutilized vacant parcel that is privately owned. Address growth in population age 65 and older. So obviously, being that 50% of the units would be for seniors, this is relevant as well. And the sub bullets to that recommendation in the housing needs report is 1, enhance support services aimed at seniors and elders. And the next, encourage development of smaller multifamily accessible units close to transportation infrastructure. And as mentioned, there is a bus stop within walking distance of this particular property. And the active transportation plan identifies both River Ranch and the Springbank corridor for future cycle net routes as well. So there is transportation infrastructure both currently and planned to be in the neighborhood in terms of transit and active transportation. And finally, deepen housing partnerships and educate residents. And one of the sub-bullets in that section is advocate for increased support from senior levels of government. And of course, this is a BC Housing funded project. So, and of course, the minister has provided his support as well. So this particular proposal is hitting on a lot of the key points, both in the recommendations of our housing needs report, which has been done by a third-party consultant and with a lot of input from the community, both the general public, but also stakeholders with regard to housing. So this really is sort of keying in on what we're asking for, right? Our housing needs report says this is what we need. Some of the other more technical issues I think have been thoroughly addressed. Geotechnical has been addressed. Archaeological has been addressed. Stormwater has been addressed. by staff, by the applicant. So those concerns shouldn't remain. With regard to traffic, there has been questions around Springbank and the connection to Grimmett, and specifically around development cost charges. We received an email during our broadcast here, and the Springbank to Grimmett connector is identified as a development cost charge identified project. So there is funding currently sitting in the city bank account to put towards that project. It wouldn't completely fund it, but there is an amount of money there that would go towards it. Yes, if the project were to move forward and development cost charges paid, some of those DCC's funds, they're split across, all of the projects. So not all of that money would go towards a Springbank to Grimmett connection, but a portion of it would go to that project, as well as other infrastructure projects in the community that are identified and needed. I've already mentioned about the transit and cycling infrastructure. It was also noted by a number of the elders in the video that was submitted that there is amenities within walking distance, and for them to be able to access those amenities without using a vehicle, being able to walk to Extra Foods or Canadian Tire or Tim Hortons to have a coffee and meet with friends. Those are things that they can do in this area. Downtown certainly provides those same opportunities, and other projects that are planned for downtown will, take advantage of those opportunities. But this is also a neighborhood with amenities, and this proposal would provide access to those amenities for residents. So I think I'll leave it there. If there's any further questions, and I think there probably will be, staff are certainly here to answer those questions for council.
So we're talking questions for staff at the moment before we start debate. So it's just questions for staff. Councillor Bangu.
Thank you, Mayor. Don, I'm not sure if you have the answer to this question. The developer suggests that the land was purchased to build homes, but yet the land was not zoned to build homes on the time of purchase. So what was the thinking there?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bangu, through the chair. And there is a bit of discussion in the report and the appendices around this, around the history of all of that. The property in early 2000 was rezoned to public use, and the intention at that time was to build a care facility for seniors, and the thought was that the institutional use would be acceptable, but when the applicant then went forward, the property owner went forward for funding, they were told that because it wasn't specifically a residential zone, or it didn't have a seniors housing as a particular use, that it wouldn't qualify for the funding stream that they needed. So they actually came back to the city, and the city did a second rezoning later that year in May of 2000, which added seniors housing to the public use zone. So the intention was for housing at the time, and probably at the outset, if that had been known, the applicant and city probably would have zoned it to something other than institutional public use at that first instance. But adding seniors housing at that time then enabled that to proceed as a seniors housing development. The project hasn't proceeded, or it didn't proceed at the time for various reasons. But then in 2004, when the zoning bylaw was updated, seniors housing was dropped as a use from the public use zone, and community care facility was added at that same time. Now, staff here in this room, most of us weren't here in 2004, so we can't tell you what the exact thinking of that was. It could be that it was thought that community care facility would be an acceptable use for the proposed project, or it could be a staff oversight in 2004 to drop seniors housing from the zone. It could be that the thought was the project wasn't going to move forward, and so it was no longer needed. So we don't know the exact reasoning of why seniors housing was dropped from public use institutional zone at that time, but it was, and that's why we're here today. That's why that's why a rezoning is needed. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed a rezoning at all, because the intention at that time, of course, was for this residential seniors housing development that they had planned, and that's why the society, the Native Nicola Lodge Society, that's why they formed, right, to develop this property for this use. So it's always been the plan by the applicant to do this. Obviously, the model has changed a little bit from their original plan. Intergenerational housing is something that's becoming more of a trend because it provides social interaction for seniors with youth, so they're not so socially isolated, and also provides mentorship. The elders can provide mentorship to younger people. So it's becoming quite a popular model, not only here in Canada, but in other parts of the world. It's especially popular in Europe now. So, so that sort of gives a bit more of the history of how that all came about. You know, it may not have needed a rezoning at all if things had sort of gone differently in the past, and so that's where we are now. So we sort of move with things as we need to, and obviously in order for it to move forward now, it would need this rezoning, and so I hope that gives a bit more clarity on that history of how that all came about.
Thank you. Councillor White, did you have a question? Okay. Anybody else have any questions for staff? Councillor Luck, I heard you had a few.
I had a couple of questions, yeah. There was an interesting letter from one of the residents there that said after she's spoken to, I'm sorry, I forgot his name, the director who's putting this together. Mr. Weldon, yeah, thank you. Had spoken to him, and she was quite surprised at how he was working to change some of the issues and change some of the things around there to make sure that, and she was quite pleased with the outcome of after her discussion with him and everything. So that made me happy. I was hearing that, and then she went on for some other things and as well. But one of the things that came out of that discussion, one of her concerns was, that's fine, he's telling me this now, he gets it passed, and then we go back to default the way it is. And that had me a little concerned as well. So if he's Mr. Weldon suggested all these changes to make it more becoming in the community and everything like that, is there a way that we can kind of guarantee that, maybe with a covenant on title, or can we do a performance bond or something like that that's going to guarantee that, you know, the things that he had talked about with the citizen there, can we make sure that some of those things are done to alleviate some of the concerns of the citizens in the area? Because I think it is. I mean, a lot of the reports I've read on housing and things like that, you know, it's not what's necessarily in the building, it's how the building looks and how it's cared for. That's a huge piece of acceptance of these multi-generational and these buildings in communities. So that's a concern to me, and I agree. I think we want to make it look nice down there. From the renderings I saw, it looks like a nice building. Is there ways that we can guarantee that that is what's going to happen?
Thank you, Councillor Luck, through the chair. Yes, there's multiple ways. So firstly, through a development permit. The property, as mentioned, is in the multi-family development permit area. Mm-hmm. So a development permit for form and character would be required. And so in terms of the look of the building, the quality of the materials, what's been proposed by the applicant in the submission that you saw earlier, all of those would be in the development permit, and including other aspects like lighting, landscaping, etc. So you know, making sure that the parking is lighted, you know, the parking lot, etc. So that for safety purposes, etc. So all of those types of items, that's exactly what a development permit helps us do, right? So in terms of the quality of development, that could be, you know, that will be included in the development permit. Also, BC Housing has a standard that they require. So whether that be through the application process of people who are living there, whether that be through the maintenance of the building, et cetera, they have their requirements as well, and including the design of the building, right? There has to be a certain level of design. They mentioned that Step Code 3. Step Code 3 is quite a high level of energy efficiency. The step code is something that staff will be bringing forward to council at a future council meeting, because it's required in BC as of 2022. Yeah, step code 3 is the third level, which is quite high for this out of 3 levels for multifamily, right? So, yeah. So in terms of design, I don't think you have to have concerns there. I should also mention that the architect for this development is the same architect for the Ask Wellness Phase 1, and that building got Merritt a lot of attention for how it was designed and the energy efficiency of it. It's one of the highest energy efficiency buildings in the province, right? So the architect that's on this project is quite, staff enjoy working with him. I can say that. Same with the applicant, Mr. Weldon, is a pleasure to work with. So staff certainly have no concerns working with the applicant or the architect on the project. With regard to the siting of the building,
That was my next question.
yeah. So obviously, staff have mentioned in the public hearing earlier this evening that the preferred situation of the building is closer to the street, preferred for staff, preferred for the applicant, and preferred for the property owner. And for staff, from planning perspective, having it closer to the street is better for pedestrian access. It's better for universal accessibility. It's better for crime prevention. It's better for the street frontage. Obviously, it was mentioned that if it's closer to the street, then there would be street upgrades such as the sidewalk and the street trees and all of those sorts of things that would improve the street frontage. And then, of course, the parking would be located behind the building. So from a visual appeal as well, having the parking sort of hidden in behind is also of importance from planning perspective. For the applicant, there's cost issues around that too. Locating it further down causes an extension of services. So to run those services from the street, obviously that's going to cost more money, a longer driveway, longer sewer, water connections, et cetera. So there's certainly cost implications for the project with regard to that. So the preference is that it be sited closer to the street. However, if council isn't comfortable with that and you wanted to look at amending the proposal in some way, we could look at different means to do that. And I would ask, that our Director of Corporate Services and Mr. Smith perhaps, devise some language around that. We could, whether that's a covenant or how we would want to do that. And then just one more point, Mr. Smith, before we proceed on, with regard to the density, that's another aspect, right? The applicant has indicated through a letter that they would be supportive if council feels that the R8 high-density residential zoning is not appropriate. They would be supportive of a reduction to medium-density residential R7, which would still enable this particular building to proceed. It may cause some restrictions on future phases of the project. If they were looking in the future to build a second building, for example, they may need to look at how that would affect that. But the property owner has indicated through an official letter that's been provided in the package to council that they would be fine with a reduction to R7 if that's what council chooses to do. So there's numerous ways that we can provide some of these assurances that you're perhaps looking for.
Well, I like that because I've talked about compromise in our community. We all have to kind of get on the compromise bandwagon, so that might be a compromise we have to look at.
Is that a
thank you very
question?
much for that clarity. It was really good. Thank you.
We're going to debate that later, right? And Mr. Smith, I'm going to move to Mr. Smith and then back to you, Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to add one other point in relation to siting, is that everything is going to be up in the air until geotech analysis is done, and ultimately siting is probably going to be determined on what the best
soil locations are the greatest stability and what makes sense from a geotechnical perspective. So I'm not saying that there can't be an expression of preference right now. It's just that expression of preference may change based on necessity. So just to provide that clarity. And just one further comment to that is that if council has a preference, it doesn't necessarily need to be a formal resolution or covenant or any sort of formal instrument. It could be just directing staff to work with the proponent to work towards that general siting or that general preference. So because that of course is something that staff would work to do.
Thank you. And Councillor White.
One of the big concerns that throughout those letters is I guess the maintenance and the upkeep of the building. Is there anything that can guarantee that is a requirement or an ongoing thing, or?
Thank you, Councillor White. Through the chair, maintenance would be something that BC Housing would be looking after, along with the society that would be in charge of running the building day to day. So as per BC Housing regulations, they have guidelines that they require their serving agencies to maintain and such. So it wouldn't be something I don't think that the city would get involved with maintaining or putting restrictions on, because the province already has those restrictions as part of their funding.
So lawns would be mowed and garbage would be garbage free and?
Yes.
And we have a letter from the Attorney General and
Yes.
Minister responsible for housing that construction of the project is overseen by them, and also they'll provide operating funding for a minimum of 60 years, 60 years.
So what exactly is operating funding? Is it?
Operating, it's exactly what you're talking about. Who is going to take care of the building in the meantime? And that will be BC Housing commitment for over 60 years.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
I think that BC Housing actually has a very good reputation in relation to ensuring maintenance and upkeep of their buildings, and to anybody who isn't aware of that, they do have a great reputation for that, especially for, there's varying spectrums of housing needs, and of course this is supportive housing. It's not on kind of the lowest end of supportive housing that's there. So I think that that's something that council and residents should feel confident in. The other thing that I wanted to add is they are still subject to good neighbor bylaw and the general requirements that any property owner is subject to. And so if they are falling out of compliance with bylaw requirements, if weeds are growing out of control or whatever the case is, we still have the very same leverage that we have for any other property owner to be able to use that mechanism, with the additional benefit of having a call to the society or a call to BC Housing to address those concerns immediately. And so I think that there's actually good mechanisms in place to ensure continued high operation of the facility.
Okay. So now we look at recommending that council give third reading to the official community plan amendment bylaw number 2302, 2021. And I have a question for staff. In the reduction of the density, that is part of zoning, not OCP. Okay, we don't have to worry about that at this point. But it's open for discussion at this point. Councillor Fair.
I'd like to recognize that, as we saw in the video presented by the bands, that this is a need that was identified 50 years ago. And that need has been reconfirmed by our housing needs report. And frankly, I'm very glad to be in a position where I can raise my hand in support of that need.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak to this? I was going to say, I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Fair. I think this is, I've been disturbed, really disturbed by some of the accusations, the misinformation, and basically the division between us and them, whether it is socioeconomic, whether it is based on the kinds of residents that they're going to have there. I'm really disturbed. I've heard from a lot of residents that we're not hearing them. We don't listen to them. Well, I'm here to say we've heard from a lot of residents. We've heard from residents living in substandard conditions and those unable to afford adequate housing. We've heard from seniors who want to downsize. We've heard from a number of them saying they have no place to downsize to. Some people are on the brink of homelessness. They're living in squalor kind of conditions. This housing unit is set aside for a lot of the elders in the Indigenous communities. And their people are telling us that they're in dire need, that it has been in the making for a long, long time. And the neighborhood is concerned about their own safety, but I'm saying that I don't understand. This is as close to a seniors facility as we can possibly look at, with the addition of that multi-generational aspect where we have people looking after them and them helping out the younger youth. I'm concerned about what I've heard from the neighborhood. This is not what I understand to be a criminal element or the need for safety to the other residents. These are people who want the same thing as the current residents want. As I said, I'm quite shaken by what I have heard, and I am not prepared to hear, I'm not prepared to agree, is what I want to say, with some of the issues. There are some issues in this area, absolutely, no question. The Grimmett Street connection is an issue. Some residents have issues with drainage, and all they need to do is talk to our planner, and he'll explain to them what those issues mean and what the water running in through the pipes mean. It doesn't give residents the right to judge the population that is moving in there. And I think that's to our advantage to say, we want to work with First Nations. We have, or Indigenous populations. We have tried to keep that as open as we possibly can. This is something that is really important to them. And I want us to listen to the ones that are willing to support this housing unit as well as the others. We will do what we can to make some of the issues addressed. There are some issues that have to be addressed. There's no question there. And staff is aware of them, the developers are aware of them, and I think we also are aware of them. Housing needs assessment. We are in a housing crisis for the city of Merritt, and this is an Indigenous apartment request for elders and some multi-generational individuals as well. I would like us to ensure that we do what we can to ensure that their elders also have a place to go to feel safe. And it's certainly something I will be voting for. And we have a crisis. We can do something about it. The drawings that I saw looked pretty nice. We're told the building is not going to be dilapidated. It's going to be a well-built asset and a great investment for our community. And I'm just going to leave it at that. I'll be voting for this. Anybody else? I don't see a light on. Councillor Etchart.
I have to admit that after having watched the videos, it gives an interesting picture of what to expect, especially knowing that there's support of the housing minister and hearing from the elders expressing how they feel and what they need, especially if they need to be near the hospital and they feel it's a place where they can be safe. And that was probably something that has never been expressed before, or maybe not to this level. So I find that quite interesting. For myself, my other concerns about the building was just where it's located and some of the issues that could come up with building. It's not that I don't see a need for this type of housing. It's just when you hear about issues with bank slippage and whatnot, that's where I'm nervous to build in areas that have issues, because we have seen in town buildings being built where there's land slippage, and so I'm concerned about building in areas of known problems. That's my only concern, and that's my apprehension into approving this development. Not because I don't understand the need. We do have a need for housing. It's just, just the geotech that we don't know, but that's not at this point. So I think that's where the struggle's been for me. That's all. Thanks.
And if the geotech will be done, and if it is any of those issues that come up, BC Housing will not support the build at that site. So it's not an issue for me at this point because of that. So, Councillor Christofferson, or, sorry.
Go ahead.
I can,
No, take,
I'll go to Councillor Luck.
okay.
Sorry.
So I'm just a little conflicted to some of the things we've heard and from the people in I know there's a lot of support for this, and I think there's support that there's the quiet voices, the people that are supporting it and understand what we're doing in our community that have not been able to rise up, and we've been able to hear their voices and everything, because the kind of some of the things, especially the last letter that we heard tonight, and they don't want to be taken advantage of like that as well from that kind of letter and talking. And so I think we are, as a council, speaking out for these marginalized people and these individuals that need housing and that kind of. And I'm really conflicted on this particular one, because I'm trying to understand where they're coming from. They're okay with leaving it as a P2. It's a P2, it's fine. A P2 is a 5-story building, institutional building, meaning traffic coming and going, basically, 8, 9, 10 hours a day. Traffic's going to increase, water usage, all those kind of things. I'm okay blocking my view for a P2 institutional building, but a residential building, it's part of the forming character of that community they're having a struggle with. So I want to ask, are you having a struggle with the building or something else? That's what I want to ask. Are you having a struggle with the building or something else? Because a P2 institutional building is going to block everybody's view. It's going to be huge, and it's going to take up a lot of things there. So I'm really concerned about that piece, and that really bothered me a little bit. Because a P2 goes up, you're going to lose your wildlife corridors. You're going to lose your, your quiet neighborhood. You're going to lose your, your traffic calmness and all those kind of things. So, some of the issues you've been arguing about for this building are as appropriate, if not more appropriate, for a P2 building. So that was one of the things. But having said that, I would like to move a motion, Mayor, that we look at this developer moving.
There's a motion on the table.
Is there a motion on the table if we move it from R8 to R7?
No, we'll do that at the zoning in the next.
Oh, the zoning ones. I'm sorry.
This
okay,
is OCP.
Yes. I'll hold that one back for then until we've done that then. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just having a little concern about that and some of the things. And there's a couple other issues I'm concerned, but I think we can deal with them at a later date. And a couple other things around taxation and that, so we can talk about those a little later. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor White. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm doing this again. Councillor Christopherson.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have been a little shaken by some of the comments that I've heard, but people are welcome to have their views. But I would like to say that we are an inclusive community, and we're enriched by diversity. This area, in particular, has been designed specifically for multi-density types of housing near amenities.
Mm-hmm.
It was designed that way for different densities. People have asked, why isn't it built downtown where the amenities are? Well, there's lots of amenities up there, and that's why they're there. The geotech, which is a concern, and I think it's a very real concern, but it's guaranteed. The Attorney General himself has said so. So it will be done. And if it doesn't pass that inspection, it won't be built. The developer has responded to suggestions brought from the community. They have not been ignored. The voices have not been ignored, whether they're pro or anti. And I think this community needs to look at this as an opportunity to develop our awareness of other people's strengths. We should be welcoming it. And that's it.
Councillor White.
I agree with Councillor Christopherson on one point, that we are a community of diversity. I would like to know, I'm dealing with 3 couples of seniors right now that are on the verge of homelessness and nowhere to go. So we're supporting a facility for one group of people that not everybody can access. And I'm sorry, but I disagree with that. Thank you.
Okay. I need to respond to that. I don't know that this is any different from a Catholic housing association that we have built, or one specifically for drug addictions. I think the developers want to target a specific population, and I don't have a problem with that. It'll still ease up some of the housing needs within the city.
Your Worship, I just wanted to provide one brief comment on that, and I think it's important because there's all these different cultural differences depending on where you live and what is typical. But in Western culture, we're very used to discriminating on the basis for housing on the basis of certain factors. Income is one we do all the time. There's certain people who get into certain facilities. If you don't meet an affordable threshold, sorry, you don't get into this facility. So we discriminate on the basis of socioeconomic status. Quite often we do it on age. This is a retirement community. You cannot get in unless you're 65. If you don't meet those characteristics, you just don't get in. It's just that it is true that it's not often done as much, where we have race as a distinguishing factor for whether somebody's eligible for housing in a particular location or not. But there are other places in the world where that's much more common. And I think given the circumstances here, where again, I think the telling stat was that roughly a quarter of Merritt is Indigenous. And it's recognizing that if those Indigenous people have places to live, and these are largely people that are already in and around the Merritt area with that one quarter population who are already in Merritt that are Indigenous, if they have places to live that are suitable, it will open up additional places for others as well. And I think that this is recognizing that there needs to be multiple opportunities for multiple people of every race, color, ethnicity, house, socioeconomic status, and this is just one opportunity that's going to address one problem for one group of people, but it certainly won't be the last.
Thank you. Councillor White.
In those groups that you mentioned, I don't think that an Indigenous person has ever been turned away from them.
Any other debate on this OCP? Okay, I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And that council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw number 2294-2021. And Councillor Luck, this is your opportunity to
Yes, I'd like to move a motion that we
amend.
we do take the developer up on his offer and look at changing, or actually changing the bylaw from an R8 to an R7.
Oh, you're not on.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, I would like to move a motion that we take the developer up on his offer.
We did a motion or an amendment?
Oh,
An amendment
a
to
motion
this.
to amend? Is that the right language, Greg?
I guess we don't need an amendment if we haven't even moved it
Yeah.
yet. Okay,
An amendment then, just a motion? to
yeah,
amend?
just a motion,
Okay.
sorry. I'm looking at this thinking we already made a motion, but we didn't.
Because motion to move the, from R8 to R7?
And give third reading to
give
zoning amendment
third
bylaw
reading,
number
sorry.
2294-2021.
Thank you. That's a joint effort lots of times. And the reason I'm moving that is, I mean, I heard from a lot of people.
Whoa,
Oh,
whoa.
Second.
And so that was Luck and Christofferson. And
Your worship, sorry, we're
Get it right.
frantically doing some rewording here on the fly. Just give
Okay.
me one moment, and I'll tell you what you moved.
I do think you should treat those as independent. I wouldn't put the motion to include this new element with passing third reading.
No.
I would probably recommend bringing one forward, see if it passes.
Oh, okay.
And then do third reading separately.
Okay,
So, Your Worship.
I misunderstood.
Through your
That's all right,
worship,
so did I.
Councillor Luck.
Yeah.
Sorry. So the text of the bylaw before you at the moment, which has been read 2 times and had the public hearing, is to amend the zoning designation of the parcel Lot 3, District Lot 121, lengthy legal description, from institutional and public use P2 to high-density residential R8, and would appear as attached in Schedule A. So I suggest you move a motion to amend that bylaw to change R8 to R7, and then instruct Mr. MacArthur to remap accordingly.
And that's exactly what I heard you say.
That's exactly it.
Except we added the and do third reading. So I think that was the part, we just want to split out the third reading at
Okay,
this
there's
point.
no third
just
reading
put it
at
out
this
there,
point.
Yeah, just that piece.
I was trying to combine them both,
So
but
we're gonna move
I
to-
got that loud and clear.
We'll approve that piece and then it goes into the third.
Yeah.
Okay.
So are you still seconding this big, long motion? Okay, anyone want to speak to this?
See, I'll speak to it first, Mayor, I moved it. So I'm actually quite happy to move this, and I'm really happy that the developer's thrown us in, because that's one of the things we've heard out there is high density, high density, high density. And I'm hoping this is going to alleviate some of the issues on this, that we're going down now to medium density, and that should really help out there. Should alleviate a lot of the fears in the sense that we're going, 20 stories or whatever it is out there, and it'll kind of contain them in the future as well on this thing, and I think it should be good for that area in there. So I know, and it's it's the word I've been talking about a little bit lately, is the compromise piece, right? We all got to give and take a little bit, and I'm really hoping that through this we'll be able to give and take a little bit. So thank you.
Councillor Etchart.
With all those words, can we just recap what he said in 1,800 or less words this time?
I think he likes it to go from R8 to R7. Councillor White.
So does R7 still allow for the second building of?
My understanding is, yes, it does. It doesn't reduce the current building, but it may reduce the second building. And I believe that they're already below R8 anyways. They weren't at R8, they were at R7 for their first building.
Yeah, but then they were going to add another 40 units for their second phase.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor White, through the chair. Your worship is correct in that the proposed building would fit within the R7 designation, so they wouldn't have to make any changes, including the height, right? So the building as proposed is 3.5 stories, three on the front, 4 on the back. So R7 allows 4, so they're still under the allowable. So R7 works for their first phase. If they were to move to a second phase in the future, which is just hypothetical at this point, then they would need to work within the R7 restrictions that would be there, which is the height, the density, the parcel coverage, et cetera. So they could potentially do another building, absolutely, but it may or may not be the same size of this. It depends on that density analysis, the parcel coverage analysis, the height, et cetera. So it wouldn't necessarily rule out a second phase, but that phase is also hypothetical at this point.
Thanks.
And there's also just a reminder that normally when we amend something prior to a third reading after a public hearing, it could kick another public hearing. But in this case, because the developer has agreed to do the amendment, it doesn't kick in another public hearing. So I just wanted to clarify that. So, okay, I don't see any more. I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. And I need that council give third reading to zoning amendment bylaw 2294, 2021. As amended. Okay, that's where the as amended comes in. Okay, I'm getting it.
So, Your Worship, just to be clear, you've now passed on a 4-3 vote the amendment to change that from R8 to R7, and so before you is the third reading of the bylaw as amended.
Okay, thank you. And do I have a mover and seconder? Councillor Fair? Councillor Christopherson? And anyone want to speak to third reading as amended? This has been a long, long process, and I think we're on our way. Okay. I need to call a vote before we know that, though. Okay. I'm going to, all in favor? Oh, are you?
Yeah, just one last comment, maybe, Mayor. I apologize for that. I know Adam doesn't want to, Councillor Etcher doesn't want to hear me anymore, but.
I didn't.
5 words? Okay. Just a couple other things I kind of learned from this whole process as well is that I think there's still some questions out there around water and a few things like that. So I still think we need to do some work around that piece as well, and somehow sitting down with people. And the last thing I want to say, we had a town hall meeting last week, and I thought it went very, very well. I was very impressed with the public that tuned in. The councillors and the mayor and everything. I thought that was a very, very good process, and I would recommend to staff there and council as well. I think we need to do those a few more times in this coming year, just to, as you know, with this COVID thing. But thank you everyone for participating in this process. It wasn't easy. It was tough for a lot of us, but thank you everyone.
It is actually heart-wrenching. It is hard. Okay, so I'm going to call a question. All in favor? And opposed? Carried. Okay. We are now, got to get my agenda again, and I've totally lost. Here it is. So we've moved the local area. We've 9.2, the sprinkling regulations. Unless Mr. Lois is going to tell me something different. Okay. Okay. So, Mr. MacArthur, the report on, sorry, did I catch you off guard? Removal of sprinkler regulations.
So, Your Worship, sorry.
Mr. Lois. I even read Mr. Lois, and
That's how we managed to catch you off
I
guard. Your
never
Worship,
moved my.
Your Worship, it's only 5 hours in. Come
I
on,
know,
get some
yeah.
stamina. Sorry, gallows humor. This report was written by Ms. Burke, my deputy, but I'm afraid she's not available tonight, so she's asked me to step in on this. This is essentially the Building Bylaw amending Bylaw number 2306/2021. The sprinkler regulations that are currently in place have been in place in Merritt for quite some time. Some years ago, in 2015, when the Building Act came into force at the provincial level, there were rules that said if you already had sprinkler regulations, then you could keep them. But if you ever wanted to change them, then they had to go to the provincial standards. I think both the building and the fire departments have felt it would be a lot easier at this point if we simply revert to the provincial rules, so everyone knows what's going on, that there aren't any particularly Merritt-specific situations. So we've come up with some new wording in this bylaw which would remove our additional requirements that go differently to provincial legislation, and would also require certain steps to be taken if people were removing an existing sprinkler system so that the fire department didn't try to hook up to something which doesn't exist. So I think that is the long and the short of this one.
Thank you. And am I hearing a little bit of feedback in the mics? Or is it just getting really late and I'm hearing bells? Okay. Okay. I need a recommendation that building bylaw amending bylaw number 2306/2021 be read a first time. Okay, we've got Christofferson and Luck, or Luck and Christofferson. Yeah. Everyone stand up, please. Yeah. Anybody want to speak to this? Yeah, it's definitely been in the works for a while, so thank you for getting this pulled together. I'm going to call a question. All in favor? Oh, Councillor Luck, Etchart. Oh, I'm really getting bad.
We have a similar birth date only. There's a difference in years.
Yeah, there is no resemblance between the two, honest.
Thank you. Is this in regards to commercial construction or residential, this bylaw, this 2306?
I don't think it had anything to do with residential.
Was it just?
Oh, maybe it did in the apartment buildings.
Well, no, that's what I was wondering, but because, residential construction could be completely different than commercial.
Mr. MacArthur.
Thank you, Councillor Etchart, through the chair. Yes, you're correct. It's around residential sprinkling. The commercial sprinkling would still follow the BC building code as it does now. This is for additional regulations that we had around sprinkling requirements that were in addition to that, and specifically around developments that it's getting late and my train of thought is waiting as well.
I'm not the only one.
Yeah, but to your question, no, it's specifically around fire limit areas for sprinkler systems for residential developments in Section 29 of our current building bylaw. So I don't know if that provides you enough clarity.
Good enough for me. I was just wondering where, I didn't even know it was stuck in the residential one right now, but if we're getting rid of it, that's okay.
Yeah, we can pull up the exact
no,
bylaw
good enough.
if you need that.
Thanks. I just want to know if it was residential, and that's good. Yeah. Thanks.
Mr. Smith?
I should say, it's not exclusively residential. It did have some impact on some industrial buildings. You guys
Thank you.
have probably
Yeah.
heard from a number of different organizations and businesses over the last 3 years saying, I thought I knew exactly what my costs were until the city made me do this big expensive sprinklering upgrade. That isn't to say that there may not be sprinklering upgrades, but they will be only the ones required by the code.
Yeah.
We will follow the code, and that's the standard that we are proposing to move to, because there has been improvements to the code to get things to, I think, a good, safe standard that municipalities can and should be satisfied with. And so this is really about coming into alignment, and I don't want to exclusively say it's residential, though Don is certainly right that that's was a primary.
The greatest impact, and I know that this also came up around the airport committee and hangars, et cetera, and hangars would still be classified under the BC Building Code for sprinklers, so it doesn't necessarily address that issue like the airport committee might have wanted it to, because the BC Building Code still requires sprinkling for those types of buildings.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just pulled up the bylaw as it currently stands, and just to give you an idea of the kind of houses, kind of buildings currently established as fire limit areas, in addition to single-family dwellings and accessory buildings, two-family dwellings and accessory buildings, row housing, etc. After several bullet points like that, we get on to A4 occupancy, includes but is not limited to amusement parks, bleachers, grandstands, reviewing stands, stadia. So it's, yeah. There's a good chunk of residential, but also a good chunk of non-residential buildings covered in this.
Okay, good, thank you. Any other questions? All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that building bylaw amendment bylaw number 2306, 2021 be read a second time. Hitchart and White. And anybody want to speak to this? All in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And third reading of the same bylaw. And Etchart and Luck. And all in favor. Opposed? None? Carried. And we have looked at the 2021 Community Foundations. We've moved that up earlier. But now we have 9.4, which is the add-on late item. I'm just right with it. And Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Your Worship. So this was a late item, which again was written by Ms. Brick, so sorry that you've got me instead. So this afternoon, the BC PNP Committee met and resolved to recommend to Council that a referral letter be issued for Zhang Jumei. Because the province they're bringing the current strand of the BCPNP to an end at the end of March. They would like all recommendations to be submitted by the end of March. And so this council meeting is the only time to do that. So I apologize for the late item, but that's why. You have Ms. Brooks' report in front of you and some of the supporting documentation that the BCPNP committee considered. If you have any questions about their deliberations, then Councillor Fair is the council representative on that select committee. But yeah, so the committee as a select committee would like to issue a letter of referral, and so has recommended that council do that.
Thank you. And any questions for Mr. Lewis? Councillor Richard.
How soon could this winemaking operation be in operation? Asking for a friend. No, I'm just kidding. It's not,
Excellent question, Councillor.
Ever since we lost the wine press, I mean, you know, where do people go to have their own wine made locally? It's a problem.
It's a big problem.
It's a need.
Okay, so.
It's also getting late, so, you know.
And you're done?
I am done.
And did we move in second? No, okay, that was only questions for, okay. Now I need a mover and seconder. That the letter of referral be provided for this fellow. Who? I heard it this way. Councillor Christopherson and Luck. Okay, and any other debate on this? We've already heard from Councillor Etchart.
Sorry, just got a quick question.
Councillor Luck?
So sometime back, we moved a motion to have CF as the primary contact. Has that happened yet? CF as the primary contact for the PNP program. Has that happened yet?
Through your worship to Councillor Luck, Mr. George did give an update on that to the committee this afternoon.
okay.
But he said that the province have a series of questions that they want answered first, so that has gone to them, but it is slowly progressing through the motions.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, and any other comments? Okay, all in favor? Opposed? None? Carried. And that brings us to notices of motion. And looking around, there aren't any, and reports from council. Councillor Etchart?
Well.
5 words or less.
Merritt is great. There's 5 words or less. No. So next week, of course, Merritt's turning 110, and so
On April 1st.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say first week of April because it's affiliated with April Fool's Day. But since you brought it up, and so the idea to encourage people to make their clips about why they love our city, and to encourage people to do that, because it'd be fun to see people doing something positive and to, share their ideas and submit that to our communications department so we can give them a lovely Merit Prize. Maybe even be mayor for the day. Take a picture in the mayor's seat.
And there's just about everyone in town who wants to sit here till 10 after 11 being mayor for the day.
Well, they see how much enjoyment that you have and they just want to share the joy. So
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm okay with sharing the joy.
Thank you.
Yeah. And so, information items, BC Economic Development Association Awards, and we have Tourism Nicola Valley winning an amazing award within the city. It's quite prestigious for us, and we just want to say congratulations to them. And the award is Community Project Award for Experienced Nicola Valley Marketing Program, to be precise. So kudos to the marketing program and to Merritt and Nicola Valley Destination Marketing Society. And we have the termination of the meeting, but we also, before we terminate the meeting, we have a closed session item, yes. So we are not done yet, no. We need to, that the meeting be closed to the public under section 91C of the Community Charter, labor relations or other employee relations. So I need a seconder, Luck and Fair, and